Este año celebramos en Barcelona en la sede de la UOC, en el barrio popular, centrado en la temática de la cultura. Mi nombre es Ana Fadera, soy periodista cultural, impulsora de proyectos de creación que vinculan arte y territorio. Junto con Carme Fenoll, directora de Cultura y Comunidad de la Universidad Politécnica de Cataluña, guiaremos y facilitaremos los diferentes espacios de diálogo de la jornada. Durante el día de hoy, hasta las 4:30 de la tarde, compartiremos puntos de vista on the links between cities, universities, and culture. We will together think that it's always a good way of sharing. We would like to have full words, brave words. We are not afraid of avoiding paradoxes. We are hoping to have a heterodox outlook. This is why we will talk with philosophers, citizen initiatives, and people intervening from the arts fields through different panels and reflection. Can culture, cohesion, culture, and create more open societies? What do we understand by culture? What kind of culture do we want? How can we make culture the axis of a city? Is it possible to have a fully open to the city university promoting culture? How can we promote interdisciplinarity, cross disciplines in culture and university? We will always also talk about what we think we can improve. We will first have Angels Fito, Vice President of the University of Cultural.
Molt bé, doncs molt bon dia i molt benvinguts i benvingudes en aquest...
Good morning, welcome to this WOC campus. We are in Can Montreal. During the industrial revolutions, this was a textile industry, and we hope to continue with this evolution. This might be the fourth or fifth industrial revolution, but we are trying to contribute to this progress. We are happy to be the host of this international conference, and this is a binomium which we think is inseparable, university and city. Any outlook towards the past would remind us of how knowledge is first benefiting from shared spaces, of course, where the possibility of exchange and mutual influence is open, and also the spaces for heterodoxy to overcome pre-existing dogmas and in order to experience and experiment. This used to happen in the Middle Ages, and it still happened then, and it should happen today. The Erasmus program is one of the most successful evidences of this, and under the influence of WOC, the Open U Alliance is being promoted, merging the main European universities, where universities are also playing a very important role. And it's not also by chance that Europe is today this full, dense network of cities, which, thanks to technology, it is possible to multiply these spaces of shared heterodoxy. About 2 years ago, the new government started with this new route for WOC. And our three main messages are technology, knowledge, and alliances as a fruit of this WOC roadmap, where we're speaking about resilience and many other important values. We are quite clear about how we want to do things with courage, rigor, and empathy. Above anything else, we are starting a new path, emphasizing culture, not just as a folklore spaces complementing the fundamental university activities, but also as an element which we think is essential and original. And this is, we have a great team with an alliance of culture and community, with Manel at the front. And when I say knowledge, I could say university or city. And one thing is not separable from the other, especially if we want this healthy, democratic, sensitive university. It would be difficult to transform the world without the contribution of knowledge, without the contribution of the knowledge generated in universities, in the cities, by the citizenship. And today we are aiming at making this link even a closer one. So thank you very much.
Molt bé, molt bon dia.
Good morning. So good morning to our president, to our rector. I've been at the Mobile Congress these days, and culture was present in the Mobile Congress. So we have different difficulties in today's society: deglobalization, decarbonization, inequalities, and a demographic debate that we sometimes want to avoid, a debate on defense, on debt, and on democracy as well. All of these debates include the participation of universities in the area of thought with a non-utilitarian approach. And this is why sometimes they are not taken into account. Technology plays an important role here. We are using technology today, and this is important in humanity because it has been one of the main tools in our evolution. But I think it was Hannah Arendt who used the following thought: acting without thinking is a lack of responsibility, but sometimes thinking without acting is a loss of time. But I'm not so sure about this, because what about the useful of what the useless? Sometimes we might not value those things that don't have us immediate benefit. We might disdain or despise those things that don't generate immediate effect. But sometimes something that is not perceived as useful might be just. And university, I think, in my opinion, must play this role. When we think about the muffin by Proust, the famous muffin of Proust, or reading Dostoevsky, how useful is that? Culture is an invitation to reflection, keeping our eyes open to protect and conquest our own human dignity. It's not just about having the tools that will be useful in practical terms for the city. We are seeing the destructive fury that is falling upon things that are considered to be useless. Human dignity is not considered to be useful, but it is. So universities should play the role of giving this value to this. Research is supposed to be useful always and turn into only useful practical things. But sometimes we're watching some images on TV which are causing concern, but they have to do with human dignity, and human dignity is linked to the knowledges that make us think, and they make us become certain values as human beings. A city is a combination of different interests. A city will import those things that we consider to be useful. Water, for example. So what do we need for a community to live, to be able to live? Well, cities will import important things such as science, knowledge, and civilization. So science, of course, is one of the things that we are obsessed about, but we need to defend human sciences, which are not considered to be useful sometimes, and this is worrying because there are certain characters saying certain things on TV, and this really deeply worries us.
Bé, gràcies Àngels i Jordi. També us volem explicar...
Thank you, Jordi. Carla Cataldi, a visual artist, is here with us, and she will do a graphic rapporteurship translating our main ideas and proposals and ideas into graphic art. So you can also come close to her and tell her the ideas you might think are important, and she might draw them. I'll give you a summary of today. So we'll have Marina Garcés and the Secretary of Culture of the Spanish government, Jordi Martí. We'll next have the inspiring presentation of Mónica Bello, Director of Arts in CERN in Switzerland. We'll have a coffee break, and then we'll have a second panel called How Do We Project Culture from University and City, with professionals promoting the relationship between culture and knowledge. And we will have a second panel for public policies and experiences. We will ask ourselves how we can promote culture together. And they will be moderated by Carme Fenoll. Now we will start with this face-to-face between a philosopher and the WOC professor, Marina Garcés and Jordi Martí. Can you please come to the stage?
Què tal? Sí, si pot ser una miqueta d'aigua, sí, perfecte. Bé, benvinguts. Estic molt contenta d'estar aquí amb vosaltres. Sou dues persones que heu reflexionat.
Good morning. You have both mentioned the concept of cities and culture in your professional, personal careers. Marina Garcés from a theoretical perspective and Jordi Martí from management. I will be presenting them briefly, just to present them briefly. As we were saying, Marina Garcés is a professor in the WOC University. Her work has focused on the need to articulate a philosophical voice pursuing commitment, action, and emancipation. She just published a book called speaking about friendship as social things that are stable but not social. Princesa was one of her main publications, and it was interesting to mention this because it has to do with activism in cities as well. Jordi Martí is here as well with the Green Sciences of Education. Currently, the Secretary of State of Culture since 2023 has been Deputy Mayor responsible for the Department of Culture, Education and Science, the City Council of Barcelona from 2006 to 2011. He was also the main director and has been dedicated to public management. Culture is quite a tricky concept. We can have many definitions for it. In 1952, over 42 definitions of culture arose, and then, hundreds more were found later. But these are, of course, many concepts, including the word culture, popular culture, mass culture, high culture, cultural industry, counterculture, cultural models. Each expression has certain connotations and a potential ideology or a possible ideology behind it. So to start with, I would like you to develop your proposal. How do you think the term culture is understood today? And for you, what is the link between cities and universities? I think the philosopher should start first. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Uni, and thank you to the WOC University for becoming involved in this event. And thank you, Anna, because we've been meeting inside and outside the university. Thank you for this introduction, because if we had to do the introduction ourselves, we wouldn't have time to speak about what you're asking us to speak about, and we wouldn't have been able to do some specific contributions. So thank you for this introduction. I wanted to start by quoting Roger Bartram, an anthropologist probably well known by you, son of another famous Bartra, a famous scientist. In his book Melancholy and Culture, without a certain degree of communication, there would be no culture, nor language, nor science. And maybe in today's debate, we could add nor cities, nor universities. So it might seem that we are starting on a negative note, but actually this is quite a positive a statement, because if this was not the way the sentence describes it, everything would be reducible to an algorithm. Everything would be measurable and reduced to that data. If there is communication between us, it's because there is a certain dissonance or disagreement. There is a difference, language, images, expressions will lead us to, and not only have connotations, will lead to things. So this is what mobilizes knowledges, ways of living together, experiences, and this is where cities and universities come in. So what do we do about this lack of communication, which is becoming a potential for communication? And how do we do it today? A world described by Jordi Valls as a world where we are not swimming in abstraction or in indetermination. It's not a liquid world anymore, but a liquid that is becoming cruelly specific, precise, and it wants to impose single sentences in only one direction. And it is a world that is becoming terribly univocal. So I think we should draw a triangle here today, because everything that is not closed, not precise, and not finite, what we can communicate and know, and what we can turn into an experience. This would be my starting point for a first dance or a first game around your first question, and then we can delve into more specific aspects that might be derived from this first one. Well, thank you very much to WOC. It is always nice for me to come back here. And this discussion with Marina is rather a challenge for me. You just described yourself as a thinker. I describe myself more as a person of action. But acting without thinking, as you said, could lead us to disaster. I chose a more banal quote, maybe not so banal, but earthly quote than the Bartra quote, which is a song by Kiku P. de la Serra, which I often quote when we're speaking about culture, a song dedicated to culture. Culture is a delicate word, as dangerous as dynamite. For me, it's a good quote, because many times when speaking about culture from the world of politics, this might lead us to defining culture in a positive, fantastic way. Culture makes us free. Culture opens us to the world. Reading us is the best possible adventure, etc. This is the idea. So when someone asks me, where do you work? I say I'm working in the cultural department, and people usually smile. Oh, there's like certain glamour around it. However, culture is a delicate term. When every time we try to define culture, we redefine it. It's a loop that will, it's never endlessly trying to find its final description. So Pi de la Serra's description for me is quite appropriate. Of course, as humans, and what makes us different from other beings, there are contradictions because there are dangers as well as positive aspects in culture. Some aspects might end up becoming negative if everyone might think of culture in terms of positive things, but there are also the social networks, fake news, everything that's clearly within the cultural dimension. This is not in the woods, this is not in the forest. These are strictly cultural elements. From my perspective, what are the main dangers of culture? I'm sorry to be starting on the negative side. There are certain dangers which might bring culture to a more utilitarian side, more practical side, and since the 50s and 60s, there's been criticism to culture understood as consumption, just arts to be consumed. And so economics, finance, money, cultural consumption, cultural industries, cultural marketing, as if this were just one more element of economy. And this has been greatly criticized. For example, the city of spectacle or the city of show. And this brings me to the mobile example, to the Mobile Congress. Understanding culture as capital. So, for example, a certain city might have a bigger cultural capital. And we speak of individuals who have more cultural capital if you are more educated. Etymologically, you are more educated, let's say, then it means that you will do better in life. And university is using this to attract new clients. If you come to our university, you will have a better life. If we understand culture like this, we will lose its central, essential element, which is culture is an idea of open community, not a closed community where we build together, meeting the other, overcoming the lack of communication. If we lose this dimension, what we'll be doing is leaving it as a mere skeleton. This concept will lead us to cultural policies, the sector of culture. But there are things we can do to improve this. Raymond Williams says something I really like when defining culture. There is a more orthodox definition used by many anthropologists. Sugar has two dimensions. For example, the solid dimension, thought, art, etc., any tangible expression of culture, but it's also sugar when it is dissolved, such as today's event. Today, what we are doing is culture, but it's not something you can touch. But there's a third dimension to culture, and he speaks of a more civilizatory dimension. I don't like to say the idea of progress, but it's like the idea of a utopia, and the main crisis of utilitarianism is that today there is a lack of a collective project, a project that might help us orientate ourselves. And this is why we're focusing on just getting more personal capital. It's like we've given up on imagining a better future. So seeing what's happening, all these dystopic images that might seem to be are more fiction than a fiction stories or in a novel. What we are seeing is like science fiction, indeed. The only possibility that we have, the only thing we can do is let's get together to try and build something better. And this is the crisis that is also crossing the cultural dimension or cultural area.
Yes, I was saying that we are facing multiple crises, and we have made this promise with our future we look up to, and this is now part of the past because many young people live in a situation of permanent precariousness and they don't have possible futures. And speaking of the university, I'm talking to you now, Marina. You are working at the WOC. What is the role that the university should play in this triangle that we were mentioning? Cities, universities, and culture. What has been done correctly? What has been done wrong in a context in which it can be difficult to work? Many teachers complain about the bureaucratic load they have. They don't dedicate time to teach, but they have other tasks to fulfill. This disappointment by students and society in general. It is true that we're starting on a very negative note, but there's a certain context which leads us to speak about this. So what are the main points, or which are the specific or concrete actions that can lead us to think that there is a possible future? I don't mind starting by the negative situation, because unless we think about this, we won't be able to do anything to correct it. It's not time to listen to the discourses that we have listened to from the cultural sphere and academic sphere to tell us beautiful stories to ourselves. That's enough. I think that era has ended. And I'm not being catastrophist. I'm just facing the way we work, the way we live, and we don't know how to provide an answer to the big challenges of our times, specific and big ones. And this is not a defeat, but it's the premise to start working and to generate the knowledge we know and the different experiences to which we have to provide an answer to. These discourses from the cultural and academic sphere have contributed to culture and universities to be far away to society, which is nothing in itself, but this perception that the university is very far away from society, and often certain artistic and cultural proposals are far away from the day-to-day problems of our times. And this is not a wrong perception. It happens when we don't want to call things by their names. So we can speak about whatever we need. Just the opposite. I think it's very positive to think about these negative aspects. I was listening to the radio in public transportation because I don't want to continue speaking about Trump all the time. And they were providing an alert for these rainfalls that are coming next week towards the south and now northwest. And somebody has invented another cyber fraud, and that happens when you are taking a shower at home, which is an alert, a false alert of the IMED, which alerts you of next rainfalls, and at the same time they ask you to download an app to be updated on the evolution of the rain in your region, so they become part of your mobile phone, and for a while they mess up with your life. I was thinking that what is this cultural fact about? Because there is technology, there is knowledge of the environment, there is someone very well informed who understands our fears, so is someone able to perceive where do we feel vulnerable, one of the big concepts of our times, and generates a quick, immediate, and efficient action, in this case, a fraud, a scam, and probably with a series of results that if we have to check and verify in an evaluation plan, it will fulfill all the checks of its purpose. So this action fulfills with all the elements that we want for a cultural, technological, and social action in favor and not against our family members or members of society. Where is knowledge? Where is technology? What is whatever we perceive about people? How will we relate to others? And why this feeling of threat and danger has become to live among us, also in the most intimate and daily spaces. I think that all the questioning of the university system now, something that has to be maintained and not from an abstract perspective. It's precisely what is related to the credibility of knowledge, and also the credibility of knowledge, which is not just the verification of a quality agent telling us which ones deserve a degree, which ones do not. So what is credible for the whole of society? Whatever we know, and if we have made a good criticism of science, because not science has the last word, but these are trends and possible approximations to what we can speak about, what we can understand and think about our world. Not only the world surrounding us, but ourselves. And maybe we can question and share all this. If knowledge cannot be questioned or shared, it's nothing. It's just a dark box, a black box. And some dimensions of the university system are being converted here. And the university and also the different social classes, different experiences, and cultural answers. Now society has jumped forward in inequality as well. I think that the university is not placing itself with enough capacity to respond to this scale jump provided by social complexities, and this is why we experiment a certain fear in the universities, each one of the universities, and also the academic system in general. There is a defensive system, a difficulty to justify themselves, and the more we mention about these concepts such as university and to argument the need and the justification of universities from a capital perspective, competitiveness perspective, we are also competitive, we are cost efficient, we are useful. Yes and no. It depends. What do we value about what happens in university? Do we only have to quantify it from a competitiveness point of view? A huge percentage of research done in society is not being done by the university, it's being done by the private sector. And I'm just speaking about research. If we speak about education, understood as there is a certain monopoly of the institutions, and they have this number, so the market is much wider than institutions. Are we speaking about monopoly, about titles? Well, the ones that will certify, who will provide the stamp of this knowledge. So the reason is another one. The reason for me and the idea of university is this one, the credibility of knowledge, and that higher education is working for the whole society, not only for the university community. And this is something, there is a self-segregation of universities due to the way they work, the way they validate curriculums, the way we access or don't access being able to study or work. I think this is part of the malaise that all the academic community is feeling, to be trapped in this centripetal energy, which is closing those who can carry out an academic life and those who cannot. Universities should be places of open doors, and as we were saying, any classroom, any teacher, anybody should be open doors. What does it mean, open doors? Well, we have many doors, not only physical doors, but also digital doors. Open knowledge, not only license, but the feeling, who is it addressed to? What do we do it for? Who do we do it for? We will speak of science and many other aspects, but if I work on philosophy, why do I do it? Who is my target audience? Why do we think? Not to fill up my curriculum or academic programs. I don't want to inflate the different products which are related to this sector and this part of the activity. This is something else. I do it because I want to be in a place where we don't know how to think. So all these dynamics related to the fears which are closing everybody's doors and the insufficient justifications make us weaker as universities and academic systems. And the first step could be maybe how do we face this fear together? We will become more useful, more competitive, and more cost efficient, and the university can contribute somehow to this if they believe the university system in whatever they are generating, because they are able to share it. So it will be the first premise I would like to mention. Speaking about administration, Jordi, and I'm going to your role and sphere. What has been done as General Director of Culture? What could be improved if we make some self-criticism after the experiences you have gone through and the different studies that you have done all the territory? How do you see the situation, and what do you think it can be done? There's room for maneuver or no? Room for improvement? Well, I could be very critic, but because of my political situation, I cannot dwell on this. I was listening to Marina, and I was thinking about public universities, for example, and I was thinking about the whole of the public cultural sector. And why do I say that? Let me begin by an anecdote. A couple of months ago, I was talking to the general director of Planeta, and I was asking him, could imagine Planeta and media. Of the two sectors, which one is the strongest? And he told me it's neither one nor the other, it's the universities. And I was surprised because they use different brands for every center in Latin America, etc. And that made me think that, as Marina was saying, obviously the market will enter into many spheres which so far have been dominated by the public aspects. We have a museum in Barcelona, the Casa Batlló, and it has dynamic prices. If there is a lot of people, prices increases, and if there is few people, and they lower it, although it usually doesn't happen because they are very much related into the media, Instagram, etc. And the visit to Casa Batlló is very simple, and they are killing it. So the market is leading us to the patrimony, museums, and the university, to very important spheres. So trying to compete from the point of view of the market with these spaces, we will lose because they are better at training the students, or they are not shy when it comes to mentioning essential aspects related to the role in order to have success from the mercantile point of view. So the public sphere, what they have to do, in my opinion, and this is a very important element, as Marina has mentioned, to get out of this ivory tower and maybe to become more transparent and to have meaning in this sense. Often when I speak to directors of cultural institutions, I tell them, whatever you're organizing in the periphery should be organized at the center. We have a group of high school students and they're going to film a movie. These projects, which somehow lead to more practical aspects of these institutional institutions, should be leading us to a reflection or debate and a space of culture from a constructive point of view. What is to be done from the public sphere? Same thing from the university one. Because if we want to have the best students, we will lose this race, for sure, in some aspects and some subjects that need a lot of investment in order to become leaders. And someone was taking an iPhone and saying, what is the percentage of public and private research for this invention? 90% public, because the public sphere is always preparing the terrain for someone private to take on this knowledge and to take it into cost-effective activity. In order to provide a specific example, because otherwise, if we don't have a project, going back to what I was mentioning at the beginning, without the project, there is nothing to do. I agree with Marina. We have to draw the different problems, the problems the way they are, serious problems, but also we have to think about some tools. And public policies at least should open spaces of some other type of usefulness. In order to provide a very specific example, and the university world, I'm not so familiar with it, so I'm not able to provide advice. The MANAC, the National Museum of Catalan Art, is like a fake palace because it had to be demolished, but it's a gesture that was made during the Republic and was recovered during democracy in order to tell us we're a country, we're a nation. It has to be enlarged now. And the question is not so much how we are going to place the different parts of the museum, but rather how we turn this opportunity into a museum which is not part of a pedestal, and it becomes a meaningful space explaining through art our contemporary society. The MANAC is not explaining it through its permanent collection, whatever is happening to us. And the museum and culture is a mirror, should be a mirror. Maybe they don't provide solutions, but at least they should question us. And nowadays, museums, and MANAC has done very interesting things, but they're a pool of touristic attraction. 60, 70, 80% of the public is foreigners, but they use it to compact society. So let's go to the original role of museums. Museums should help us to self-explain ourselves as a community. And the challenge we face, it's a very difficult challenge, should be this one. And maybe the same thing happens with universities. Same situation. Often when we speak to different rectors, they say, we have a high percentage of foreign students, which is nice. It means that we are a benchmark, but I don't know how meaningful it is of a university playing a key role when it comes to provide an answer to today's challenges. A couple of days ago, I was speaking to a geographist, and he said that inequalities, you have mentioned inequalities are improving among neighborhoods because the economy is growing. One of the main paradoxes of our contemporary society is that a healthy economy gives us the feeling that we are going through a crisis. And this is quite new and different. Usually, when a society was in crisis was when unemployment was very high. We have minimum unemployment. The economists say it's almost impossible to solve. We have an elderly society, but on the other hand, we have the feeling that diversity subjects are one of the subjects that are more difficult to face. And it's more problematic from a cultural perspective than economic perspective, leaving aside the housing problems which create fractures which are much more important than employment, because some people, and many people, are poor nowadays due to the prices of housing. But leaving aside this, the challenges we face are more cultural. 1 every 3 Spanish people was born outside Spain, in Europe, so something is becoming more complex in this case. When we speak about building ourselves, we don't take a look at whatever is happening nowadays. It's not a question of being optimistic or pessimistic, but sometimes we do not have access to what's going on. And I'm very interested in a program which is called Culture and Citizenship by the Ministry of Culture. And this is a program based in listening to whatever is happening in the in our territory. For example, in the Terres de l'Ebre, we celebrated the most recent edition there. And if we take a look at different groups of artists and the way they organize themselves and the activities they organize, and we just need an attitude of listening, of recognizing what the same society is already creating. It's not just a question of analyzing, doing, but this is something which is already happening, and we should concentrate on whatever is happening within the members of our society, and maybe they come from deeply rooted concern. So this listening attitude by the administration is already a step forward. I don't know if you want to comment on this, because this is a very clear example of the prognosis we are making and this type of initiatives. Yes, culture and rurality, what they do is to prepare the terrain for collective experiences all around the territory become more concrete. It's a victory of the ministry, because people are looking forward to this encounter because they encounter someone from a different place doing similar activities. And let me tell you an anecdote. Marina has mentioned this Princess City, the book, and this is why we were speaking about Princesa, because it was when they emptied the Princesa cinema, and it was the first day I went to work in the municipality of Barcelona, and I'm always a bit late to understand changes in society. And I was with all the Maragall enthusiasm of the Olympic city, and they were speaking about the Catalan example, how Catalonia had discovered a way to be happy and to project itself into the future. And all of a sudden, I come to the municipality with all my competences, and I see a huge problem with the police there, conflict, a specific company that had closed, and there was something which was really questioning, and Pascual was still the mayor of our city. He left 1 year later. And I'm telling you about this anecdote because I have the feeling that there is a necessary critical partnership that should be established between whatever happens among the members of society, in quite an explosive way. And this open, we almost arrived to the different plazas of the 15th of March with cultural practices which are created and generated, and often the public administration, they should just not only listen, but the evolution of culture is whatever happens on the sides, and it becomes more central. And nowadays, I have the feeling that many of these cultural and citizenship practices, which happen as part of the most critical social movements, and they point to the problem, and they should have a space in the cathedrals and the center of the cultural sphere. For example, just to give you an example, when we invited Manifesta to come to Barcelona, because Manifesta in a way wants to be that, they wanted to gather and collect the different elements that have happened and to place them in different places of Barcelona, Casa Gomis, the chimneys, and we should leave us out this contemplative discourse that says that culture is a good thing, to focus on whatever is going on the margins of society and the cities. I was part of a commission of these years of culture and citizenship during the COVID, and we did enjoy the results of this project. We just agreed to each other, and we knew about these accidents, which are also related to these contemporary efforts to predict whatever is going to happen. But they presuppose a series of conditions, and many accidents can happen. We are talking about listening, Institutions should be listening. I was speaking about open doors, how to be open, how to be receptive, and this inside, outside used by the cultural system and the academic system. There is always something inside, outside, and they should become a porous open space. One of the dynamics that we should introduce, and this is something we should place as part of the debate, is summarize in bureaucracy. Bureaucracy is not what Kafka and the American movies of the 50s refer to, and they allow us to imagine as something repetitive, mechanic of people with great suits come back tomorrow, but it's something else, something which is made by keywords, by imaginaries of classification and groups and ranking and hierarchies, and all this is working in architecture, in art, in universities, and this is what's happening as a synonym of university system in research and teaching, impacts in evaluations, objectives, indicators. And now if you open a classroom, you think about what type of indicator I'm going to use. So I don't know, I have opened the classroom, there is full of students, full of people. So we are becoming crazy, sick. And not only do we become less efficient, not only do we waste a lot of time, but we are reducing the meaning of whatever we're doing. I'm worried about bureaucracy because it's always predetermined, and predetermined by a certain assignments and very specific procedure. We're going back to this vague space of communication which becomes the keyword, punctuation, and indexes. And I think that this has to be taken very serious, because we can speak about many things, but nothing can be done. But because the system is closed and limited by this bureaucracy, which is so difficult to detect. You lose the password, you have a cyber attack. All this has created a certain state of permanent anguish, and either you adapt to it very quickly. Not only do we encounter open doors, but ways to enter. Okay, just enter here, say that, but don't say that. Otherwise, you won't be able to continue. All this is turning us paranoid and also subjects with a lot of anguish. And we don't have time to create, and we don't have time where to know that everything we do has to have results. There is no culture, there is no knowledge, there is no learning. Therefore, how do we turn into a reality listening research? How can we do research if they already know whatever they're going to find?
We cannot learn unless we know the result of the learning. What is that? How can we then make mistakes? Where is the space for reflection, for digesting, for changing our minds, for making mistakes? Because we are people, and everything that makes us human is important. We are people, persons. We interrelate with each other. When we try to get to know something, we try to learn something new, we like to share it, and that makes us people. So what is happening to actual people today? Where are we? This is what is coming into question, actually, and this is the central element of this triangle we're drawing today. And I'm trying to speak in a biochemical sense as well. This is what's in danger. As universities, I think we have the responsibility to address this. Culture and politics do too. But how can we make this change also adapt to our natural life cycles, to our natural rhythms? And this is a great prism. It's not just bureaucracy. It's something beyond bureaucracy what has made us prisoners. Speaking of cities, when speaking of Barcelona, sometimes each of us has their own idea of what brand city is. Barcelona, however, is made up by different realities, different neighborhoods, and overall by many different communities. What about the role of public spaces, libraries, public spaces, squares, athenaeums, cultural clubs, these no places, let's call them, that's where culture is generated. Bearing in mind this cultural base of the city, how important do you think culture is for the transmission of knowledge? And there's now we are re-establishing this link between culture and university, thinking about culture as a very base cultural. Sure, to go back to what I was saying before, did you call it civic centers or public centers, etc., squares, right? Libraries, etc. When I started working on cultural management many years ago, there were two different kinds of equipment: neighborhood facilities and city facilities. The city facilities were the big ones, auditoriums, etc. We do have civic centers launching in the first years of democracy, but in the Olympic times, during the Olympic Games, big transformations with the big city facilities were built. That was a city that wanted to look out to the world. And of course, we want the world to look at us. We've always wanted that for ourselves. But at this moment, the impression I have is that it is the big equipments and neighborhood facilities that should be transformed. I go to the library with my grandchildren. Often when we go in the library, they take their shoes off. It's like feeling at home. You don't take your shoes off in the museums, such as CCCB or MACBA or MANAC, right? Why not? Maybe the spaces should become more like spaces where children can feel at home. Marina participated in the Biennale of Thought. It was copied by Modena, Italy Biennale event. We wanted not to address it only to a certain community. We wanted to address this Biennale to everybody. So schools came, people in the neighborhood would come in, and that made a difference. So we did. Libraries should become, are becoming more like this. So other spaces should be more like the libraries. An effort has been made to make libraries open to the citizens, open to children, to families, to everyone. And this has to do with what Marina was saying. Rather than bureaucracy, I would use the words quantitative versus qualitative, because if we become obsessed with indicators which should be quantifiable, we then are lost, because we will be oriented towards that. If museums only want a big number of visitors, they won't want children to take their shoes off. They want people to pass by as quickly as possible. But if what you want is an experience that will be critical, that will be something built by, as Ramoneda taught me, good exhibitions are those exhibitions where you come out never the same as you came in. Well, there are so many exhibitions, shows today where they don't affect you or transform you in any way. What are indicators for? Yes, you will have more people, but that's just in quantitative terms. But we want a more qualitative experience. John Hopkins, an Australian, has thought about these issues, and he was quite critical about SDGs. And he was also thinking, culture budgets, and he came up with a fourth pillar of development for social inequalities, etc., such as environment, equalities, etc. And there are also pollution indicators. We know whether a city or a territory is more contaminated than another. But there's a cultural pillar, the fourth pillar that he mentioned. But we do not have any quantitative indicator for culture. We cannot say that Barcelona is culturally better than another city. What makes it better than another city? What is it, the level of vitality in this public space that counts? Of course, the Superilla in the Eixample, the super district in Eixample, the super block, made it a better city. But then you'll have something on the other side that will make it worse. So it is very difficult to know so quantitative measurements exclusively are not enough. The cultural dimension should be built in a different directions if we really want to tackle these obvious dangers. Because they are turning this into business, and they are turning culture into a war of business. It's quite, it's quite bad. Yes, also trust, not blind trust, but trusting in each other as universities, as cultural organisms. Who trusts who? Is this going to be lost? If we are not working with indicators, they will not be trusted, right? It means we are not being trusted in what we do. Credibility is questioned if you're not basing your work on indicators, like Karma Fenol said. One of the great successes of where we are is that we have a good school of thought. With Albert Lladó, we brought it to the Teatre Lliure to bring thought in the academy and the arts. 5 years later, we are doing this in libraries, in the School of Thought. We are doing in different libraries. We are doing like a pilgrimage of thought. This is what we say jokingly, a pilgrimage of thought from library to library. We went to Ciutat Meridiana with Alberto Conejero and Xavi Bobés. Who knows them? Maybe some people here. The library is so nice, isn't it? It is. There was a waiting list. There was a queue. Can you think about it? Libraries never used to be full. Because we trust that people want to know, people are curious, people want to learn. After just 1.5 days, 100, 150 people, 200 people would come, and more people would come if the space had been bigger. Let's trust in the people. Let's trust that if we do things that we think are interesting for people, people will come. Let us not measure how much it will be worth in the market. Let us do things that we are passionate for, things that we love. We did a session of School of Thought with Clara Ramos, Montserrat Abelló in the Les Corts district. And all of these sessions have been so interesting. And you don't need to measure the economic value of every name in order to achieve this. So let's just open up to new possibilities. Let's just be inspired by what we're passionate for. We only have 2 minutes left, sorry. We would like, however, to open up to new voices. If anybody has a question or a comment or would like to join the final collective enthusiasm, this is the moment to do so. Otherwise, I would ask you all to come up to the stage. Could you all express a wish, all of you sitting on the chairs? This might seem naive, but this is like promoting a dynamic of trusting in our own specific ideas that we think would make this triangle flow more nicely. The first word that comes to mind is being able to work with time. And I would like to say this aloud to my bosses. Time is not just quantitative time in terms of calendar or watch, but how we spend our time, how we share our time with others. I could spend a whole day speaking about this. It's like nobody has any time for anything. It's like it's not a circumstance. It is essential to what's happening. And many of our difficulties today, many of the challenges we're facing today have to do with this lack of time. Let us spend time. Let us be well with ourselves, with the others, and spend the time needed and required for things. For me, university is the public space and the public dimension of cultural area, which has to do with the public institution. So my desire is to find those cliques that will allow us to recover that trust that you mentioned, because these spaces are questioned today, and it's not easy. This school of thought that Marina was telling us about is a very interesting initiative, and there are others, but they probably are not enough to recover that trust in the cultural spaces, which means these spaces should belong to all the community, but they should also be public and stay open. I'm a defender of of what's public. In the district of Sants, there were 2 facilities, Can Batlló and Fabra i Coats, that we put a lot of energy in, and they were done very differently. Can Batlló was a bottom-up process where the citizens decided that such and such wall will fall on such day, and the government hurried up to bring it down because they occupied those spaces. But so it was a citizen movement, and there were 2 libraries there: the Port Vell Library, which was one of the first ones, and they were placed in a building where there was a school as well, and then the Can Batlló Library, a very nice library as well. Books were gathered for this. When you come in the Can Batlló Library, I haven't been there for a long time, but there's a silence. Everyone looks at you, like wondering, who are you? That's when you come into the Port Vell Library, nobody will look at you and wonder who you are. The public dimension is the same in one library or the other, but the trust in the public is what will open the opportunity of an open us. If we can make this space really a space for everyone, it isn't. It's not for the students in university, the museum visitors. Probably libraries are the most similar to the society they want to represent. Therefore, recovering trust for the public sector, that would be the main thing. Well, thank you very much for this discussion, which has gained in trust, actually. And we will now move on with other words.
Sí, sí, surti per allà. Sí, per aquí mateix. Bé, a continuació donem la paraula a Mònica Bello.
Now we will give the floor to Mónica Bello on the nature of things, on those things which we can tackle uncertainty. Mónica Bello is a curator and historian of arts. She is interested in the way artists are promoting new conversations in the emerging elements in our culture and society, such as the role of science and techno-scientific culture. She led the art CERN for nuclear research in Switzerland, where she was focusing on the interaction between artists and particle physicists. Before going to Geneva, she was an artistic director live in the Telefónica Foundation, a pioneer prize that transformed the idea of life and its concepts. She also worked from 2007 to 2010 at the Department of Education of La Laborals, the Center of Art of Gijón.
Gracias. Bueno, gracias a...
Thank you to all of you for your invitation. I hope my presentation will be inspiring to you. It is a pleasure for me to be the second panel, because my presentation makes sense after hearing your first presentations, questioning where credibility, knowledge is, where trust is, where thought is found, and knowledge. I will apologize because I will be talking about physics. I am an art historian. As I said in my presentation, in the last 10 years, I've worked in the Nuclear Research Center in Geneva, the great European laboratory and one of the pillars of Europe, founded by UNESCO 70 years ago. I am going to start now.
Uy. Steven Weinberg, este señor.
Weinberg, in 1977, was 34 years, and that's when he published the model of leptons, which revolutionized the world of physics, relating electromagnetic particles and other particles, considering them to be the same with as high levels of energy through experiments in particle accelerators. That was a big step towards the dreams of physics, of finding in one's only equation, finding an elegant model that would unify everything that was known about matter and the fundamental constituents of nature. This article took years to be accepted and to be shared among scientists. After these 3 or 4 years, it could be said that there was a revolution, and people start commenting and quoting it in the sector of science, in the field of science, until the point it became valid, and it was not only model anymore, but it was a prediction that was soon to become a scientific evidence. Moreover, the paper set the grounds for what today is known as a standard model of physics. Its validity was never questioned. The theory gave space to the validation and it was consolidated as one of the main cornerstones of modern physics. Later, in an interview given to the Sun Courier, the particle physics journal, the best known in the world, when Weinberg had become the father of modern physics and it had been validated and legitimized, he tried to explain what that meant. He tried to draw the framework in which that arose. Weinberg was walking with his daughter, 4-year-old daughter, in the park. His wife was in Harvard finishing her degree in law, and he was sitting on a bench with his daughter, thinking like a genius might do. You can question that. But theoretical and experimental physics were at the time still separated. But there was a sedimentation of ideas and a progressive agreement between theoretic prediction and experimental evidence. Together with this intuition of Weinberg was determining for science, and it determined the next 4 decades of the CERN, keeping hundreds of scientists working for these projects, junior, senior, workers, scientists, a broad variety of professionals who developed, thanks to this first idea and those that came after it, experimental projects that today have reached quotas that would have never been imagined. Particle acceleration and detection, like Gargamel, SPS, LEC, and the last of them, the Great Particle Collider. And from Weinberg, in his interview, when writing the paper, he said, it has too many arbitrary characteristics for the predictions that the predictions I'm doing to be taken seriously. And then later, he said that what he meant actually was what keeps him alive as a theoretical physicist, the hope that one of his equations might end up describing reality. And he ended up saying, it wouldn't have surprised me nor made me anxious that although the main idea was correct, that particular model was not really describing nature as it is. In today's presentation, I would like to dwell between two lines of thought. On the one hand, the role played by simplicity, humility in our way of speaking about the work, not in a moral sense, but in the spirit of embracing uncertainty and the context of what makes the fundamental nature of things, which unifies things, which are typical of science and nature. I would also like to explore with you the role of experimentation experience with the physical reality and how it can be linked to the basic question of where is the origin of things. If we have time, I would like to travel through different epochs, leaving the obsession for the future aside, and maybe reviewing things that might have been left in the shadows, in unequal contexts, in closed disciplines, separated in silos, knowing that these collective ideas are born in different physical and material experiences that are shared in our moment. This is why I would like to travel to the decade of the 70s. I was born in 1973. So whenever I have some free time, I spend some time thinking about what was happening in those years. Let's start off in that moment. What we know about the 70s, right? Period of great global changes, economic crises, social transformations, technological advances, inflation, shot by the two oil crises, 1973 and 1979, unemployment, alarming unemployment, repression, protests, inequalities, tensions between the different powers, Cold War, conflicts in the Middle East, dictatorships in Latin America, decolonization in Africa, agreements and disagreements. Not all were bad news. Also, the revolution of thought happened. Feminism, civil rights, first conferences on climate, explosion of rock and punk. We owe so much to that punk. We are in the post-punk area. Disco, dance, music, clubbing, culture, cinema culture revolution, great scientific and technological advances. The Apollo 17 mission was the last one to take humans to the moon. Explosion of personal computing science. The first Apple computer, Apple II, is from 1977, sorry. The 70s, for many, are a brilliant decade, envied by many scientists, and was catalyzed in the development and radical transformation of experimental physics. And the laboratory was also transformed alongside with that. Laboratories were transformed with that. The practice of physics in this part of the 20th century, and I will forward this a little, was focused on developing experimental facilities and giving them the necessary tools so that they would give shape to a new understanding of the world, eventually, the place that science wants to reach, a science such as physics, which has the oracle of nature. Not like mathematics. Maths, it can be tackled in a different way. However, physics will always find the limit of the oracle, as some physicists call it, as some physicists call nature. Peter Gallison was a philosopher of science from Harvard, and he understood this as an interaction between two different cultures within physics: the culture of image, visual representations of physical phenomena, and the culture of logic, an abstract reasoning, and a data analysis. Peter Gallison writes in his book, Image and Logic, the practice of physics in this moment and how labs are being developed, and how there's a revolution and a transformation of the spaces of science, and not only the spaces of science, but the way these spaces are populated and what the interactions are like, the collaboration, science equipments that start to be made up by thousands of people, not hundreds. Gallison insists on the relationship, the relationship between the transformation of spaces and the achievements of the material transformation given in these places as determinants of a new model of scientific investigation. He is insisting on the fact that the ambition to achieve challenges such as understanding all sciences and the laws of nature, aspiring to unify existing theories, would demand a new configuration of spaces dedicated to physics, and he is surprised when he sees that a laboratory is a place populated by mechanical, structural engineering, civil engineering, electronics, computing sciences, and this all happens, it spreads in the labs, because that's where investigation takes place. And it becomes, this new idea of a laboratory, it becomes a new panorama and a new material culture of the world that, moreover, will substitute the old research centers, and slowly they will begin to be obsolete, to become obsolete.
In the image I'm going to show you now, and this is an image I often use in my talks because it's an iconic image. If NASA uses the skies in the cosmos, in particle physics, we use this type of images. And this is an image of a bubble chamber, Gargamel in this case. And this is Gargamel inside. And we find ourselves in a place between 1970 and 1976, and this is when this machine was set up, and it was an experiment that allowed us to confirm the existence of the nuclear current of neutrons. We go back to Wimber, Steven Wimber, and it was the experiment that provided evidence to this Wimber projection. But it's quite interesting to see that it goes back to it by looking at these experiments, because somewhere in the world, Sheldon Glasgow and Abdus Salam had predicted exactly the same than Wimber in an individual way. And that happened for a brief period of time, 3 or 4 years only. And this theoretical physics scientists individually, at the moment of clairvoyance and due to their training, they reached the same conclusion. And the name of this bubble chamber that you see is referring to Gargamel from Rabelais, who is the father and mother of Gargantua, and it's probably a hint to the fact that in order to see the smallest particles, the subatomic particles, mechanisms have to be voluminous and with a capacity allowing them to adapt to the possible experimental exceptions. Gargamel had, it's not very big, 4.8 meters and 2 of diameter, and the weight is 1,000 tons. Inside it had a capacity of 12 cubic meters of liquid freon. And this is Gargamel now in the garden of the CERN. This particle laser, this particle beam coming from the accelerators of the CERN left a trace of bubbles in boiling liquid inside Gargamel. When the pressure is reduced, all of a sudden the liquid is overheated in a way that the different particles leave a trace of bubbles. And the same thing happens with planes when we see this jet line in the skies. Traverse in the skies. The work of the technicians and staff of the time was taking pictures and analyzing in detail to analyze whatever it happened. With a specific volume. It depends on the books and the sites. The site changes due to the context and whatever they want to explain. The Gargamel experiment could think about a similar process. So it's a question of deciphering subatomic particles and their interactions, and their range is not very well defined. So any theoretical prediction cannot define in a precise way where these traces are going to be found, these energetic forces of nature. And this will be detailed according to the circumstances and the experimental framework, growing from uncertainty to uncertainty to dynamics. And thanks to this experiment, in the 70s, we also obtained evidences of the existence of quarks. And I'm going to stop in another literary reference that many of you are familiar with, which is the passage by Finnegan's Wake, by Joyce, written in 1939, inspiring the name of the new particle, quark, that Royal Clayman says theoretically only a few years ago he called them quarks by using this Newton passage. The 70s are known in the arts as a period of transformation and emancipation within the framework of crisis that we described before. There is a moment of creative explosion, but above all of freedom, of different frameworks and courses, and also the different canons and places that are dedicated to art. There is an emancipation of the medium, of the landscape, of time, the space where the place exists, the relationship with the spectator. And in this context, we see the specific place of the work of art and the importance relationship to the environment, related to the environment. So this is a moment where it has to be noted that science and art, and this is something that we mention now very often, all combine, move in parallel, and in some places they converge in a non-casual way. So let's take a look at an example, very obvious case, the Povera art. This movement is characterized by a refusal the current norms and a political and economic situation which do not allow culture to reach everybody, among other things, and it's characterized by presenting works of art under a practical and committed approach, establishing distance between them and the highly technological concepts and the cost processes. Simple materials, usually materials that can be discarded, such as stone, clothes, metals, and are typical of the Povera art. Their experimental approach is very interesting in this context, and especially the interest in exploring the relationship between art and nature and society by promoting at the same time a direct and authentic experience in order to bring us closer to whatever is interesting for the world. And it's also built with a collective ambition. And all this could be, and I dare to say that they can be close to their homologues in the scientific sphere. Exploring materials in its natural state is also responding to the physical properties of the material, leading these artists to analyze the different processes and analyzing transformation and changes under several material conditions. For example, sculptures by Mario Metz that play with electric conductivity and light. They speak about Maxwell and thermodynamics, for example, but they are not well known due to this. But Mario Metz is known for these igloos representing these ornamental shapes and following the Fibonacci series. Metz applied to its works of art in a very regular way this formula of arithmetic progression of the Italian scientist. According to him, any number is the addition of the two numbers before, and the interaction of the different elements means a related thread in the science and reflects fascination for energy and the study of it in all its shapes. thermal, electrical, luminous, biologic, and also the past of time, the transformation of matter, and also the non-permanence of things are concepts that go back to a profound interest on the processes described by experimental sciences and what we observed previously in Gargamel. In Torsione, Giovanni Anselmo uses the guidelines by torsion in a rope in order to represent physical and invisible torsions. This is a clear example of how physics were going to appear in the consciousness, in the cultural consciousness of the time. In 1972, 1973, the American conceptual artist James Lee Byers spent some time at the CERN, and I speak about him as the first resident artist. We don't know how he got there. We know he's not Franz Zapper, that man that you see on the screen. I have tried to find out. I don't know who this scientist is. And Byers, although he had nothing to do with the popular art, I think that there are some undeniable stylistic and conceptual relationships. And as the artist of the pop era, he added to his body performativity and action in his work of art. His work wants to go beyond the material aspects, and it's centered about the search of the absolute and transcendental. This could have been the reason for his visit to the laboratory. His first residence, the first time he came, it was considered the first artistic residence at the CERN, appeared at the cover of the same magazine where we were speaking about Steinberg before in September 1972. Another artist was never able to be in the CERN. And Byers, with his extravagant look, slippers, golden glasses, dressed in white, Panama hat, call everybody's attention in this environment because the laboratory was transforming itself, this transformation of the laboratory that we mentioned before. It's quite surprising to realize that he spent a lot of time at the office of John Bell, who, according to the writings of the time, was used to reading whatever Byers wrote, including all his gargles and his special way of writing, where Byers recognized that they had a lot of value because his writings tended to chaos and his scribbling was constantly changing. But John Berg is someone I have thought about very often. He was a theoretical physicist known by the Beer theorem in 1964, establishing that certain experimental correlations could only be explained by quantic relations. In 1972, another scientist, John Clauser, quantum theory, performed the first experiment, scientific experiment, in order to test the Bell theorem by observing the quantum entanglement in action. And Bell concluded, and I quote, that it seems that the non-locality is deeply rooted in quantum mechanics. That was a time of a lot of turmoil, especially in John Bell's office. And among this debate between theory and experiments, which characterizes the time describing, James Lee Byers, the artist, was invited as a resident to the office of the physicist within the Department of Theoretical Physics of the CERN. Back in 2022, one of the most recent Nobel Prizes was Alan Clauser and Don Sendlinger, rewarded with the Nobel Prize for his experiments with photons, confirming this Bell theorem, this entanglement, by creating the basis of quantum computation. We will speak about this year because this is the year of quantum sciences and technologies declared by the UNESCO. All this leads me to think that the coincidence between scientific thinking and creative thinking and the richness of these encounters, which had not been planned and are not easy to define, such as the one of Byers and Bell in the 70s, still surprise us. And it's beautiful to take a look at them and to observe them. As Weinberg would say, uncertainty remains, and this state of doubt and vagueness is much more interesting than living in absolute certainty. And I would like to close my intervention, and this is something, a quote I'm going to leave here. Let me close with something much more practical. Since we are within a university and research context, something Weinberg said during an interview in the Sam Courier in 2017 about the different paths that physics could follow in the next years. According to Weinberg, he still was hopeful that one day an article would be published in an article of Preprints Archive, which is open access for academic articles. He was still hopeful that an article published there by any postgraduate student, unknown postgraduate student, could revolutionize the standard of physics, creating a new model of physics for the 21st century, incorporating some of the big pending mysteries, and this is Weinberg's wishes for the future, such as dark matter, having all the characteristics of a correct and elegant theory by using ideas nobody had thought about before. And I leave it here. Thank you very much.
Hola. Sí, si quieres nos sentamos. Bueno, muchas gracias. Moltes gràcies.
Thank you very much, Monica. Thank you for this interesting talk, subatomic particles art, and also the simplicity, the uncertainty, and these spaces that we should also embrace. As we have said during your introduction, you are at the moment of impasse because you just finished some long trajectory working at the sun. You understand my Catalan? Okay. And I guess that this moment for you, it's a moment of uncertainty or not, but it's a moment of change. And it's time to think about what has happened until now, during all these years. What have I learned? What do I keep from this artist's experience, these experiences with artists, and also contact with the mystery of science and the possibilities and the uncertainties? How do you feel right now? And how are you facing the uncertainty of the future? Where are you heading to? I'm very enthusiastic about the future because at last I have time. I have time to think. And now what? What do I do with all this knowledge? And this is a privilege. A privilege is to come out from my sector, which is the cultural sector, and spending 10 years at the lab where I have learned all this with the cooperation of art also in order to speculate and also to turn it into fiction. And this fiction is something I question myself. How do we fiction reality? And science has a huge capacity. It invites you to fiction and to imagination. even if it's something very serious. We fiction them even if we think that we're speaking of reality, something real. So speculation and reality are navigating and influencing each other. This is what I have learned by working at the lab such as the CERN, which is huge, as big as the Autonomous University of Barcelona. It's a place where they combine the different fragments and they collide among themselves and they generate like an important body of knowledge, but at the same time it's a place where a lot of research and manual work happens, and also a necessary conversation, not only in order to spend time speculating, but also to understand each other, to communicate, and to look for places where things can improve. And this is something that you observe here, at least from my perspective, and this privilege I have as an ethnograph. But it provides hints about how the world is being built and how do we describe nature. We describe it by using nature, with the word of nature. So all these can lead to fruitful discussions. We have spoken about time, trust, elements which are necessary for generating ideas, establishing a dialogue, being in contact with tangible aspects of nature. From your experience, could you maybe spot the moment where these ideas are being generated, this chemistry which is created, leading to an idea transforming a paradigm of a dominant way of thinking? Yes, of course. We're used to looking at milestones and observing milestones. Marina was speaking about bureaucracy and milestone. We have to reach a specific milestone. I think that day-to-day activity is much more fun, and this is what I keep. I know that everyone has its own strategies in order to achieve objectives in any type of environment, university, laboratory, research, etc., culture, but I prefer to refer to this moment where you propose something, they say no, but you're going to do it anyway. And this is a moment where science, that happens very often in science. So if you have this support and you understand that it's a viable proposal, in subordination, you do it. I couldn't care less. And in fact, we have a group of friends at the CERN where we speak about moments we could not care less about, because these moments led to James. Tim Berners invented the best design for the World Wide Web. There were many more designs, but this one still works. And it was a moment where his proposal was part of a pile of proposals. And why would they choose his proposal? This is something we speak about at the CERN, at the cafeteria. But then you go outside and you are told that he's a hero. But no, he had to work hard and follow this process. I understand that this is going to work and I'm going to do it.
Tornem a obrir la paraula al públic per si...
Now is the time for questions or comments in case anyone has a unsubordinate thought they want to share. Just to say that this conference is being broadcast bound streaming, so anyone from home, watching this from home or listening to this from home who want to make a question, you can send it over here and Monica can answer it. Or maybe we can promote dialogue here. Sorry, we cannot interpret without a microphone. This is much better. Thank you for your presentation. I am especially interested in the CERN artistic residence models. It's a model of residence that is a non-artistic, non-cultural model, and I would be interested in knowing, or could you tell us about the replicability of this model? After all these years, has it been replicated in other scientific centers? What have been the challenges that these organizations have faced when implementing this kind of projects, which is a research project, but it's also closely linked to another domain, obviously? I got there in 2015, and the residence already existed. The program was already set up. We had 2 or 3 residences already, but when you get to a new place, you have to learn a lot of new things, and I observed that the context was unique. But that was not comparable to any other place. However, it was in a global science framework. As we know, science is something that works, right? Decisions are made, experiments are set up in different places in the world, sensors, etc. And the theory and the experience parts are very close together. I was wondering how to take that model to that place. Also understanding the fact that we don't know much about particle physics. We don't know much about condensed matter theory. However, we know a lot about astronomy or astrophysics, because our visual imagination has been built from those beautiful sky, universe, cosmos images as it is today, but not as it was in the Big Bang. So we must build, which means every lab in the world can be a place where artists can go, and they can go and see and to understand, and those who are devoted to astronomy, gravitational waves, or those working on other cosmology aspects. Only CERN did this approach to particles in this way, so we all did some alliances to create those residence plan, and those physicists were receiving the pressure typical of the place. But in Europe, we have a lot of alliances. Barcelona was one of them during 3 years. So we went to these places, and those artists would discover other labs. IFAE, LICFO in Barcelona, labs with a different ability to act and experience, such as the Atacama Desert labs, where scientists, both and artists, needed to learn how to work in extreme conditions. Also, at the Bangalore Alliance, we have what is science in India. It's a very interesting thing. An artist will understand that when an artist goes there. Also in South Africa, some incredibly last generation devices are being set up to detect gravitational waves. So the best thing we have contributed, in my opinion, is a better knowledge of science from art and culture. Hello, my name is Isidora. I am fascinated by science and art. You're saying that art is a way to bring citizenship closer to science, but art is also a way to generate dialogue, experimentation, generating new ideas in science. How can this mediation of art work? It's not the same as generating art. How can it be a tool for these residencies? To the extent I'm aware of many residencies in the labs, a lot of them will give you space to generate work, but they will not be artistic mediation, which is to talk how city and science are linked to each other. And this is something I think is needed to bring down to the citizenship in general. Yes, we must always choose what we do. We do not do mediation the way you're describing it, as I understand what you're describing it. If we did mediation, we would not be doing other things. We need to be good at what we do, what's feasible for us. If there were no mediation in the world, I'm sure we would. But there are other places for that mediation. In Barcelona, in Europe, we have a network of citizen science. That, for me, is mediation, too. Is this what we're talking about? Yes. I am working for a citizen science organization, but I've never seen this done in the field of scientific culture. Scientific culture is broader than science. Yes, of course. STARTS works a little bit like this, but we don't. Art is not a means for science. That's not our vision. Our vision is something's happening in the world. And from our sector, and in the frameworks that are not the typical ones, we need to decipher what's happening in the world. Artists and scientists. So, if I had to describe what they do, it's individually and collectively maybe too. They are individuals who have a big question and they design a device with which they will come to understand the answer to that question. And in that dialogue, in that discussion, valid questions and valuable questions arise for our society. Anyone else? Hello, my name is Paul Speller, and we are here working on an African project in a conservative perspective, because the priority in our African countries is to train engineers, engineering and architecture maybe. In a country with few resources, I can understand priorities are set to train engineers, and there is a big reluctance to experiences like this. Having a resident artist. However, I personally lived a different experience in another university in Brazil, where we brought a resident writer from Angola. And it was something out of place, so to call it. An Afro-Brazilian university, which was not offering the degree of literature, for example. So having an Angolan writer with us was very interesting, and a very interesting experience for us, because it opened up for us the interaction with many other degrees because of his work and his experience as an intellectual in an African country. So it was a new experience for us. And writing workshops. He opened up to new perspectives for us. This is a very positive discussion and dialogue. Your presentation is making me think how in this university, which is in Equatorial Guinea, we could introduce culture in a systematized way. There are no museums in the Equatorial Guinea. There are alive museums with artists in their own medium, which are not gathered for the public. So we want to bring this to the university, to open this dialogue. We want this. So what you just presented could be used as grounds for an experience in a totally different context. But it has to do with this dialogue between the hard sciences, in this case engineering, sciences, and the introduction of a resident artist, sculpture in our case. In Equatorial Guinea and in Africa in general, sculpting art is very widespread. So this is the idea that came out of your presentation. In Barcelona, we have UPC Arts, and they had Jorge Carrion as a resident writer. As you saw, I am interested in literature. I'm always trying to find references and quotes from literature, but one of my desires for our current moment is going to the Santa Fe Institute, because the Santa Fe Institute, which is dedicated to complexity, and they have a very long history in the development of science in the last 30, 40 years. It had McCarthy as a resident. Cormac McCarthy practically died there 2 years ago. And he moved to Santa Fe to stay there as a resident. Also Te Chiang. Te Chiang maybe wrote a piece of work called Rival, on which a lot has been inspired. And there's a lot to be learned there, because it's so, yes, all the best of luck in your endeavors with your project. Hello. Good morning. I'm coming from the Autonomous University of Mexico and from the Institute of Physics, UNAM, one of the biggest universities in the world. We have over 350,000 students, 34,000 professors. We have an enormous, huge campus in 32 different places in the country. The Institute of Physics created the Center of Sciences for Complexity. That center is operating in a more or less structured way, similarly to how you described, based on projects, gathering mainly physicists, engineers, artists, educators, economists, sociologists, experts in humanities, philosophers. And the project was elaborated on cross-transitoriety and transdisciplinarity, or cross-cutting disciplines, about the canons of the separation of different disciplines, because cross-disciplinary approach is sustained on complexity, and this is what we want to generate. Extensive knowledge is being generated in South Africa, Africa, United States, as some examples have been mentioned. I think it would be worth observing in which way these extremely valuable initiatives are groundbreaking and how they can be connected with your experiences. I would like to have a network of physics, art, and culture And there's a project I'm leading with a ceramic artist over there and some other colleagues to generate groundbreaking and transdisciplinary learning processes in order to generate new knowledges based on complexity. So this is why I'm so enthusiastic about these things, because I can see that there are some symbiosis that can be established systemically by means of experiences that are happening in all the world. I'm just presenting my example as just one more example. Yes, it's happening. It is happening. Thank you. Thank you so much. Your experience has awakened a great will to comment on the presentation. Finally, on the triangle, universities, culture, and knowledge, or cities and cities. Would you have any words or reflections coming, final words coming to mind about this triangle? Steven Weinberg was an inspiring thinker. He has been my conducting thread in my presentation, and he said, who would expect that a PhD student would publish a paper that would change the laws of science? So you never know when this will happen. Thank you so much. And now we have breakfast, a break, a pause, and we'll come back after the break. So let's take this breakfast break.
Molt bé. Sorry?
Picture of this. This is because of Slovenian tax authorities.
Without you, it's not the same. Doncs molt bé, molt bon dia de nou.
Good morning again. We are about to start the second part.
Els entrepans i els cafès estan fent efecte. Esperem doncs, estar a l'alçada de les persones que ens precedeixen.
These are very necessary and interesting sessions. I want to thank Guni and the people who have been organizing this at work, because as we said, during the coffee break, it is necessary for us to be talking about these things. This is a triangle that is taken for granted, but we will be seeing with our next speakers that this triangle is not playing an important enough role in our cities and in our universities. In this first part of today's conference, I wrote dynamite sugar indicators as keywords. This is a Molotov cocktail, an interesting combination. A deputy mayor of the city council quote mentioned Proust, Thomas Mann, and Tolstoy. That I think should be also mentioned. And please allow me to quote Zizek now, a personal friend of one of our guests, Miha. Zizek says, words are never just words. They matter because they define the contours of what can be done. Therefore, highlighting words is what Marina Garcés both and Zizek are doing, not just through their books, through their work, but also in their day-to-day lives, in their idea of thought that will be available to all. So we are addressing thought, but we are also doing it with real experiences by the institutions present here today. And this will contribute to the interest of this conference, and I think it will strengthen us all with a renowned trust that what we are and confidence that what we are working on is worth it. So let me briefly present the next speakers who will talk about how we present culture from university and cities, not just whether it's important, but real experiences about it. To my left, Eva Soria. Eva is a director in cultural sectors in ICUB. In the City Council of Barcelona, she's a doctor on contemporary art and with cum laude from the University Autonomous University of Barcelona. She's a studier of art, with a degree of conservation art. Juris doctor by the Golden Gate of University of San Francisco. She's a specialist in copyright and international law. I hope I am giving the right quotes today. She did an internship in UNESCO while she was studying in London. She has a broad experiences working in managing arts for public institutions. She's a teacher, professor, associated professor in WOC of associated literature. So the WOC is lucky enough to have her as a professor, and she's been in different conferences and workshops on art and law. To her left, we are so fortunate to have Miha Kovac, professor of the Department of Bibliotechology and Sciences of Information and Studies of the Book in the University of Ljubljana. Miha is a professor in the University of Ljubljana. During his experience in the editorial world, he was a director of two great Slovenian publishing houses and editorial director of the Slovenian edition of the National Geographic magazine. He's author of over 50 articles and 4 books, one of them translated into Spanish. Martinez signed that it's in our libraries, and we are lucky to be able to read it. His last essay was Read to Breathe, translated into 8 languages in 2023. He was a curator in the Slovenia program as an honor guest in the Frankfurt Book Fair. He's a co-author of Manifesto of Ljubljana, one of the pillars of the Slovenian Frankfurt program. Martina Massana is a student of engineering, data engineering in the Polytechnic University of Barcelona. She's in her 3rd year. She's always been passionate for technology and its application to help people. In fact, before she came into the university, we got to know her, and because of an article in La Vanguardia, because of an article on machine learning to detect bullying. She was a minor, and she had already come up with a really exciting leading project about the prevention of bullying. She's young, but she published her own book called I Am Also Different, that led her to participate in different events for entrepreneur youth and youth empowerment. She has participated in different student activities as a member of the University Alliance Unitel, and as me, we know that Martina is an important voice. It makes us proud to have students like her. And as I said, she has led the book club together with European students in the Unite Polytechnic European Network of Universities. This is a young perspective, young outlook, questioning. A questioning outlook is not a typical position in a student, in a young student. But our students are also the protagonists in this center, so they should be heard. Manel Jimenez, finally, Vice Director of Community in the WOC University. Their rector spoke about some important issues. He is also he has a PhD in communication in the WOC. He was a vice rector in the Pompeu Fabra University and a vice rector of educational transformation. He's a doctor in social communication by the Pompeu University, master's degree in advanced studies in this domain, and also a doctor in social communication, and has a degree in audiovisual communication and compared literature. We've heard about physics, quantum physics, and compared literature, very different domains. Monica Pello was telling us about the physics of particles, but also about Joyce. It's all linked. With simplicity and humility, we can weave a dialogue. It will be a short dialogue because we only have 1 hour, and we have many questions to make. Carlota is also here. Admirably, she is drawing a beautiful piece of art to show our main ideas that will be arising during the conference today. So please help her. You can incorporate your own ideas. Go tell her what you would like her to include. She will be incorporating that graphically. It's a graphic outlook or artistic outlook done live as we speak. So I will launch the first question to you now to open this dialogue. So how do we bring the promotion of culture to universities? How can universities work on this? Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with you. It's also a pleasure to have you here in WOC. I am happy that you're here. And just a nuance about your presentation. I don't have a PhD, but I am I'm just a professor. But it's not important, okay? Your question can be answered in a faster or slower way, and then I will delve into in the details. The system of Catalan universities, or the Catalan system of universities, we have CUP and GUNI, has been working on culture in different ways, but in a structural way. This structural and systemic way essentially consisted in units devoted to cultural creation and participation in culture, as well as the involvement of culture in the university community, also by commissions or vice rectorships or responsibles for culture, delegates or rectors in culture, and a whole team that designed a series of activities that made this cultural work greater. We organized ourselves through a Magna Carta, through the Vivas network, where we shared a roadmap around the idea of culture, a series of activities were organized. But the complex part of this is that we have systemically organized ourselves, but probably there is a seismic organization of the whole thing. In order to agitate everything that is part of the university. And this concept of overflowing, I think, is very important in this session. When speaking about universities, we are speaking mainly about science. We find ourselves at a vulnerable moment where there's a differentiation between science and culture. Methods and protocols have been defined for science. There's a scientific paradigm that has been defined. These methods are only applicable to science, but we have made an effort to make it work for science. But there is a different kind of knowledge, a more cultural knowledge, which works alongside with cultural institutions, but they are not acknowledged in the same way. We don't have the same tools to work on it, and maybe that's okay. I think one of the charms of culture is its uncertainty and the lack of definition, without the need to find a very final or specific results. But this is what I think should motivate universities to work along these lines, parallelly to the systemic line. So, Mariona, what do you think about this? First, thank you, everyone, for coming, and thank you for the opportunity of being in this panel. I wanted to agree with Manel. Let's not accelerate or strengthen this duality between science and culture. I think there is a great diversity of culture. And the way we're building spaces plays a great role in this. Libraries were mentioned. Online spaces can also be created to promote the participation of citizens in the culture. So it's making space for students and for all kinds of citizens to participate in the life of the culture. In UPC, we're organizing clubs, cycles, to promote the spirit of communication. Culture is about building an us. So I think that this is very good in terms of participation. So what do you think about this, Mija? What is your experience?
Tickets to museums and theaters, we promote this, we use cultural materials at teaching, and that's it. But today, my guess is that I would need to ask one sentence. It doesn't work. Because if you look at the trends in today's world, which is becoming really complicated and complex, is that on one side, we have universities which are growing in the number of students. In my country, around 60% of the population goes to the universities. When I was young and beautiful, it was only 10%. So I have a friend who says that universities become a kind of kindergartens for young grown-ups before they decide what they do in their lives. On the other hand, we have a huge trend which is, thanks God and knock on wood, not so present in Europe as in the United States, but we have huge distrust towards science and democracy. And science and democracy are, I would say, birds from the same nest. Behind them is a similar kind of thinking. Populism is coming from another nest. And the problem which we had with this trend, one of the reasons I think is because, and this was the idea, because besides the Ljubljana Reading Manifesto, one of the problems which we have is that people fail to understand the complexity. They want to have simple answers, they want to have absolute truths about everything, but the world is not like that. And what we fail as universities is to communicate this problem of understanding complexity. And then there is one more problem which might be entirely Slovenian, but it might relate to Catalan language too. I mean, you know, we have our own country, and for the first time in the history, daba, 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 we have all our national institutions, and Slovenian is official language. But 10 years ago, it happens to me for the first time. I had a student who was very brilliant, asking questions, the student you dream about it, you know, he was asking questions, he was noting to my attention books which I haven't read and so on. And when the time came, he said, can you be my tutor for the thesis? And I said, yes, of course. And then he sent me the first chapter, and it was terrible, full of grammatical mistakes. And I said, come on, my friend, you read so many books and you cannot write? And then he said, please, can I write this in English? Because everything I read was in English. And I said, no, we will have a learning lesson of Slovenian with this thesis. And now he graduated, and now he runs a quite successful small international company operating from Slovenia. But this is a problem, you know. I mean, from my point of view, this is a problem because you need to have home in a language, where you then go to other languages. But if you cannot use your own language properly, if it's just a kitchen language or a language which you use when you go to the market, which in Ljubljana it's like in Barcelona, full of tourists. You better get along with the English there. But if you go to a real village market, then you need to know Slovenian. So the question is what we do with our national cultures and languages, and what is the role of universities in maintaining this competence, let's say.
Wow, comencem fort, molt bé. Sí.
That's a good start. That's a good start. Jordi Martin has spoken about the biennial of thinking. We have mentioned Manifesta during the first roundtable of the dialogue. And what do you think? What can cities do in order to help for universities to understand the culture that has been programmed, etc.? How do you see it? I want to claim the role played by cities as key agents for the development and the access of citizens. And this is a unique situation. First, because we are local close entities. And from a political level and the technical level, the directors are all the time talking to the agents, of articulator agents, the cultural agent. The municipality of Barcelona dedicates 6.5% to culture, and this is a lot. And the way we promote the activities within the cultural sector is through partnerships, agreements, and the activities that we carry out as the municipality of Barcelona. As you were saying, we organize events such as Manifesta, and we also organize other events that are international benchmarkings, from Metropolitan Dance, which is an event that happens not only in Barcelona, but in all the metropolitan area. And we have to make a huge effort to get out of the administrative framework and the role played by this law of public contracting, the law which is the umbrella for the administrations in order to promote culture, is the same legislation to make bridges, for example. And there is a huge problem here. It depends on the state, and not very much it depends on the cities. In order to organize metropolitan dance activities, we promote it from Barcelona, and we have to make a huge effort in order to, from an administrative point of view, organize an activity that goes beyond the borders of Barcelona and things that you cannot see from a legal perspective. So it's very important to set the right legal framework. I want to insist on a couple of ideas which are very important in order to understand how we promote culture. And from the perspective of universities, we see that it's very important. And this is the line that we call scholarships. And this started with the prize City of Barcelona, was not awarded in 2020 because of COVID-19. And for those of you who are not aware of these awards, these are awards given to cultural excellence in different disciplines. Since we didn't have this reward of City of Barcelona from the ICUP, we decided that we could not reward excellence, so let's reward the beginning of a conceptualization of a cultural project. Why do we need this? Because the value chain of cultural creation has the moment of conceptualizing. It's the moment of the beginning where we have a creator, someone who is doing some research in order to see whether whatever he's doing has an important impact, could be programmed or shown. We're speaking about the different performance made by dancing companies and documentation such as writing a book and whether you don't know whether you should continue or not. The Barcelona Crea scholarships cover this part of the creative process, and these are scholarships that have been growing in partnership with universities, in partnership with other entities which are articulating agencies in order for those who receive these scholarships, which is an amount of money in order to spend time at home creating. There is a process of follow-up, which is not only done by the ICUP, but by a cultural identity or entity and a university. And we can be proud of the fact that Barcelona is a city that, thanks to these scholarships and thanks to this manufacturing site, creation manufacturing site, which is another wonderful project, 12 old industrial space that have been reconverted in order to accompany the different cultural processes in the creative sector. These two elements make us be very proud and happy to be a city who worries about his creators. Another thing are the spaces where the art is shown, and here there is a lot of room for improvement. But following this creative process, I think there is something we could be very proud of. Martina, do you think that the university and the city listen to the students? I think that there is a process of communication, yes, although I miss a more clear and understanding dialogue for both parts. I think that we as students should be able to communicate our questions and our wills related to culture, our intentions, and at the same time the university has to play a role of active listening. We have just implemented the UPC Thinking Festival to improve the spaces for cultural arts. And from UPC Art, we wanted to take a step forward because there were not many participants, and we wanted to encourage this active listening process by directly asking the students what do they need, what do they want, what are they interested in, and how can they participate in culture from their personal interests. So I think this is the key point, and this is the key effort that universities have to make, this active listening that the students are claiming, and to support all these ideas and to continue encouraging this knowledge. Very well. Mija has been very straightforward when he said that it's not working, right? So besides this active listening claimed by the student, by Martina, what could we do in order to change the situation and to, during these times of political turbulence that we are living, when we are perplexed like this, what can the university do, in your opinion?
You want simple answer? I don't know. That's a fair answer, but of course I have an idea, and it's somehow connected with my my work. I'm an old-fashioned guy, and I believe that reading long-form texts is very productive for developing the brains for thinking. And one of the things which happened in academia is that many universities are trying to be very pragmatic. We need to do things which help the economy. We need to learn students how to fix things quickly. And this, of course, makes sense in some areas, but in many areas, what really matters is to know how to think. And, you know, for learning how to think, I think that one needs to read very long and boring, on the first sight, boring, complex texts. I mean, I'm a great fan of Carlo Rovelli, who is a very brilliant physician, but, you know, who read all the classical texts, and he writes perfect and beautiful books about quantum mechanics with quoting Greek and Roman authors. And that's how the thinking develops. And what really matters is to be, of course, able to understand as a scientist or as an educated person what you are doing with all these fragile complexities. And if you're a smart guy who does calculations, you know, you can do a lot of things, but you will be never able to tell what this means to an average person. And that's what I think that's one of the roles of the universities should be, to learn people how to communicate complexity. But first they need to understand complexity. And, you know, we live in the times where people don't respect hard work. They don't respect hard intellectual work. I mean, if you want to read a complex text, you need to bloody sit down and be still for 3 to 4 hours and think. And this is very difficult. And it's very difficult to explain to students that this is really necessary to do. And we are just making now, preparing 2 European projects, one Erasmus and one Horizon, with which we want to promote this kind of activity, but we already feel like losers because it's really so difficult to communicate this. So it's one of my goldfish wishes, you know, to learn how to do this. But without this, I think we will just fail as a society.
Doncs prenem molt bona nota i ara m'agradarà saber...
We take good note of this, and I would like to know Manuel Jiménez's opinion related to the comments that have appeared a couple of minutes ago related to the UNAM, to this center of complexity, which is related to what Mija is promoting or proposing, thinking about complexity. What do you think, Manuel, about this center of complexity, and what do you think about what Paul has asked us, this perspective towards this new university in Equatorial Guinea, where it's very difficult to impose this economist perspective, promoting engineering, architecture, the core business of society. How do you see it as a vice-rector of the university, this vice-rector with a wider perspective? How do you see it? Talking about complexity, maybe it will be a bit complex, and I want to be clear. I don't want to be complex, and maybe simplify the different ideas when we think about these stimulating ideas and questions. As Mija was saying, and it has happened if we take a look at the dynamics, the universities have become very pragmatic, utilitarian, and the environment, which has been very specific, and it has become very specific. Marina was thinking about this. Everything seems to speak about the terrible conclusion and concretion, but around us, everything is still very complex. And to fit this complex way of thinking will help us, maybe not to solve all the questions, because some questions are not as essential, but maybe living together with the complexity of our environment. And this is one of the main functions of university, understanding that within a complex environment, adapting to this environment, and beyond adapting, projecting other environments which coincide with our state and space. It's a function played and role played by universities. So feeding this way of understanding knowledge and thinking is part of this process. This division between science and culture, which has been negative, in my opinion, we should never have reached this point. All of a sudden, make us think that culture, from a cultural perspective, what's coming is promoting this complex way of thinking without finding an exact or precise solution to all the questions that are posed in front of us. Because this is living, not knowing where we are heading to. Some things we do have the necessity to solve some questions, but for others we don't. We just have the need to be able to live together with this uncertainty. And therefore, there are many theoretical frameworks that could be useful. And we could find references in philosophy, literature, etc. Within this complexity, the link with our environment and other entities is fundamental. So these two interventions were very interesting. And the contrast with other entities and other universities and other institutions contributes to some vagueness. And I think that we should appropriate this vagueness, and we should become more flexible with what we want from a knowledge and thinking perspective within the university, especially to become more creative and to go beyond concepts that have been established by inertia, and to become more experimental and to allow ourselves this possibility of making mistakes, because this is part of being right. I don't know if I have answered your question, right? There was something also related to the university. Don't worry. I don't want you to answer all the questions at once. There's not a single answer, of course, and there are more questions than answers in this related to subjects. But there's something you say that I really like, and Marina has mentioned this. Universities offer the credibility of knowledge. And in this sense, I would like to know if you think that the university should play more a role of cultural prescription and the importance of in-depth reading claimed by Mija, and also knowing how do you think that we could row in favor of the role played by universities and students in order for students, and I'm looking at the young student, and also in Slovenia, when I'm speaking about 60% of students, how do you think, or do you think that universities should become cultural prescriptors or leave this role for other people? I think that there's a huge room for improvement. Even if we are trying to implement programs to supervise the creative process, local entities and universities, we do not have any established protocols or lines of actions or ways to collaborate that lead us to work together. It depends on people who are in this managing post. For example, I'm a university teacher, and I usually think about these ideas like, let's look for this professor who will help us in this specific subject. Or let's make sure that the students that participate in this master have access to this cultural program that we are promoting and designing with discount policy, etc. But we have not established any specific guidelines that are systematic and help us to work together without even thinking about it. Lots of room for improvement. So in the university world, I invite you to work together so we can think about ways of working together. I was thinking about the deputy mayor who was talking about these European polytechnic universities, and he was highlighting teaching and research of our universities, and also the weak link where we should stress our efforts, which is transparency. And I think that within the cultural world, these campuses not becoming isolated mushrooms. And in this sense, I'm referring to Martina, the student also. What do you think about the possibility of, on your day-to-day academic life, or whether you have experiences, there are moments of co-creation in projects such as these creation manufacturing sites, or whether you see that you and your colleagues and the people who are part of your community of students will miss it? Yes, I think it's very interesting, 100% interesting, and this has already been mentioned in different conversations that we have had, because we have seen from other disciplines this co-creation process, not in the cultural atmosphere, but the technological one, by creating some interesting dynamics for the projects that we are participating in and the experiences that we create together. So working culturality from the university, in my opinion, I don't know, maybe university should become a prescriptor of these services, but at least to favor this type of spaces, and it will be an opportunity to grow better and to develop our intellect from another perspective, not so technical from a study or academic perspective. So I will be totally in favor, and many people will be in favor of building these spaces, because otherwise UPC Arts will not have the wide coverage it has, because there is a big audience of people who want to work in this sense. Thank you very much. Mija, how do you see the possibility of universities opening and implementing this type of projects in a co-creative way, hand in hand with cultural institutions, for example?
Well, one of the problems I see, but this is perhaps my problem, because I'm coming from a very big university which has a long tradition of bureaucracy. And my guess is that one of the problems with universities is that they become very bureaucratic institutions. So it's very difficult to move out of the box. And another additional problem is that, I mean, I'm old and I can say whatever you want. I mean, science has become a bureaucratic social institution, because with all these indicators and factors and impact factors, I mean, you can become today a full professor without writing anything significant, just following this way of publications and quotations and so on. And this is really somehow a very dangerous mindset, which doesn't allow doing a lot of innovative things, let's say. But of course, that said, I would be very much in favor of doing some cooperations, which we already do more or less as a hobby in our free time, like organizing festivals, literary festivals, where students are engaged, when older authors are engaged. And here we very nicely cooperate in Ljubljana with the city, which gives 10% of its budget to culture. 10%? Because we have this, every 4 years we get right-wing Trumpian government, and then city of Ljubljana becomes the bastion of culture. And in this kind of circumstances, the mayor invests even more to culture. Otherwise, he would not be a mayor of Ljubljana. So we do have a kind of a mindset, and we do some things, but my guess is that it's not enough. And I hope that all these experiments will move in a productive way in promoting, let's say, debates and thinking about complicated issues.
Molt bé. Mentre fèiem el cafè...
While we were having coffee, different colleagues from the WOC Department of Culture have come to speak to me to see if we can coordinate things together. And I think that universities have an important role to play, as Eva was claiming here. And we have a lot of work to do. And the priorities, Manel, as rector, you say that culturally universities have to update their knowledge from the point of view of desideratum. What should we be doing? I think, and this is all the question related to what we were saying before, participation of the community, members of the communities, creating a link with the different activities which somehow can help and contribute to this cultural co-creation to the whole of the universities. They can do it jointly, they can inspire each other, they can grow, they can transform themselves, and they can become a specific roadmap. But I think that, of course, there's still a lot to be done, but it's quite systemic. And therefore, it's easier to recognize, it's more tangible, it has a longer tradition, and somehow it's already occupying a space which is probably not at the core of knowledge creation of universities, but it plays an important role. And as Martina was saying, it can contribute at a very high level. On the other hand, the maximum priority would be the other one, understanding cultural creation, or the knowledge of cultural creation as growth coming from universities with the same recognition and love towards other types of knowledges, and with visibility, allowing teachers to recognize this knowledge and recognize themselves. We, as teachers, Eva, Mija, and myself, I think that we'll agree with this concept. And those of us who are here, I don't know, maybe we have not seen it, but these medals are invisible. Teachers are working on this knowledge, awakening this knowledge, and what we have then, it's a series of milestones which have been very well defined. But there is no cultural milestones. And we establish a curriculum, but the curriculum does not distinguish what is related to culture. Culture is difficult to define, but it can reflect some elements that will define it. One of the priorities we have as universities is precisely to make this knowledge visible and to create reference, and also to prove that this cultural knowledge has an impact, which is at the same level as science.
La tercera, dèiem, aquesta més sistèmica, aquesta més sísmica, jo en deia abans, i potser una tercera, que és una més col·laborativa amb les institucions, no? L'Eva s'hi ha referit, i jo crec que amb molt d'encert, en Mija també feia algunes referències, la Martina justament posava algun exemple ja molt concret, no?, d'un festival, etc. Esclar, si entenem que les institucions culturals van per una banda, les ciutats amb les seves polítiques van per una altra, i les universitats també fan una mica el que poden, no?, amb aquest recull de ciència, coneixement, etc., no hi ha un intercanvi fecund o no optimitzem aquest intercanvi fecund. Per tant, jo crec que hauríem d'aspirar una mica a aquesta indistinció entre la producció cultural a les institucions culturals, a les universitats i a altres institucions que estan treballant pel mateix. Jo crec que aquesta és una de les prioritats, potser és a través de polítiques molt concretes, la línia del que comentava l'Eva, que ajudin a aquesta cocreació entre universitats, entitats culturals, etc. Perquè si no el que ens trobarem és una creació paracultural, que també està bé, o parainstitucional, diguem-ne, que també està bé des de les universitats, però que no deixa de ser més que un complement, no? I no és una construcció sumatòria i additiva, tot això.
Hi ha un festival que és el Rain Festival, que és un festival d'intel·ligència artificial que es fa des de la universitat, des de la Pompeu Fabra, per exemple. Aquest és un exemple perfecte d'una col·laboració institucional entre un govern local, com som a l'Ajuntament de Barcelona, i una universitat. És a dir, intel·ligència artificial, el tema del moment, intel·ligència artificial, creativitat i què estan fent, com s'està innovant des del món de la creació amb la intel·ligència artificial com una eina creativa, deixant de banda tots els temes de drets d'autor, que això és una altra història. Però, clar, nosaltres hem vist aquí una oportunitat per dir, ostres, Barcelona, que justament és una ciutat on art, tecnologia i societat estan en un equilibri molt interessant i estan sortint projectes culturals d'altíssim nivell que estan sent referents internacionals, que són culturals, que són tecnològics, alguns científics, i que tenen un impacte a la societat. El Rain Film Festival té tots aquests elements. Aleshores, ens hem conjurat conjuntament entre administració local i una universitat per fer créixer això. I nosaltres, per exemple, ara, com a ciutat, estem anant també a buscar talent internacional perquè es presenti en aquest festival i per fer-lo pujar. És a dir, hem fet una col·laboració conjunta d'una activitat que va sortir de la universitat sense que l'administració local hi tingués res a veure. És a dir, hi ha moments en què ho veus molt clar i que està...
Perfecte. Sempre molt ràpidament.
Sometimes you just see it really clearly. Yes, and you're very right. I was a vice rector in Pompeu Fabra, and I was in my communication studies, and this is precisely where in university we are detecting knowledge that was not typified, and it's precisely this cultural knowledge. At the same time, it is contrasted with the need of society and policies promoted from society. From this crossroads, we can find some collaborations which might be interesting and some examples that might be used to make some elements visible, to find some roadmaps that might help us this prioritization, collaborating while acknowledging cultural knowledge. Sorry, I interrupted. No, it wasn't an interruption. It was a contribution to Eva's idea. If you allow me, I would like to now speak about spaces. CERN just opened a museum for the citizens to explain many of these things that a lot of us find science fiction, such as quantum physics or elementary particles, and CERN has made this effort to explain some things to the citizens. Our known National Museum is different from public libraries. In public libraries, someone mentioned, children go in, take their shoes off, and they run around as they would do in their own homes. Is there a space where university students can take their shoes off and feel at home? In a systemic way, have we thought of spaces for our young people, for our youth, for our students? Do we need spaces like this? Do we have spaces that we can reuse? Martina, maybe. In university, and this is a more personal experience, but I agree with what Jordi said. Libraries are spaces where you are at university, but not quite, and there's this social link, what it involves, spend the day in the library studying the academic part of it. So finding a space that will combine these two disciplines and finding comfort in these spaces where we are comfortable is one of the clearest examples of this feeling that you're speaking about. And there is a professor in biblioteconomy next to you. Do libraries still make sense in the university as spaces? Michał, where do you think universities should lead? Where should they go to give space to libraries, to give these kind of spaces in universities for the young people to feel at home?
That's, I think, a must. And I don't think only universities, because one of the few things between a few brilliant persons like Zizek and that guy who plays basketball in the United States, Luka Doncic, and so on, which Slovenia produced. One of the best things which we did is a network of public libraries, which are all designed as public spaces. So people come, families came there in the afternoons with kids to play, because there are toys and they can pick up books, they can read books to the children. We train librarians but we are not very successful in this, because we usually get 2 introvert students, but we try to train a few of them to be storytellers, and they go and work in public libraries, and then they organize all these things with parents and children. So yes, I see this one as one of very important things in the future, and libraries do have meanings, regardless the fact that in the time of artificial intelligence, books look a little bit old-fashioned. But my guess is that they are still quite a revolutionary tool, and in properly implementing them to the social spaces, great things could be done.
Correcte, no? De fet, la Marina també ens deia, no?, l'èxit.
Certainly, Marina was saying that this success in the school of thought that is being replicated in some libraries, in the case of here, Catalonia, is an example of this. Eva, you as a manager, do you think that university campuses should have more spaces where activities can be organized or university projects can be organized? Or do you think it's better that spaces will be like the spaces in the public libraries? I think we are lucky enough to have a network of universities, a first-rate network universities at the highest level. Most universities, public and private here, have good spaces that have been thought from the start to be spaces for a cultural expression. Some of them even have theaters. Some of them have auditories, a place where things can be exhibited and performed. It is important that universities will start producing cultural work as well, producing culture in any of the disciplines. And the students themselves might become involved in this creation process. And in this case, the local entities, we are ready to collaborate with these initiatives. It could be at the level of financing, maybe just financing, and that is also important. One of the great problems in culture is the lack of funds, and this leads to precariousness. So the social capital, and this idea of capital is what we need to fight against. Otherwise, what will happen is that the people creating contents are only the people who can afford it. So it will actually be a socially segmented activity unless we invest in this locally from the government. If we don't want precariousness to take over the cultural sector, then it will only be the wealthy sectors of society, the high classes of society who will be able to afford doing culture or producing culture. Manel, I would like to ask you, as a vice rector, how do you think that universities can work on this, can work for culture? What kind of acknowledgement or recognition can universities establish in order for any student who is interested in an artistic or cultural project, so they can see that their university is supporting them, how they can link to that? Have you thought about this kind of thing? On the part of the students, there is a variety of mechanisms. There are some that already exist, and some of them are new. Credits, for example, you can obtain credits by participating in cultural activities. This would be the most basic one. Another option would be training that has to do with cultural development projects, transference for culture, creation in the crossroads of science and culture, or arts or technology, which require specific programs, more or less developed. Micro-credentials nowadays allow us to modularize this knowledge, to bring them into modules. And beyond this, students can access this training, more or less official, studies, and quite tailored if the students decide to combine these different possibilities. But there are some challenges still to overcome. The willingness of the student to become involved in the research related to the creation of cultural knowledge, scientific knowledge. Science would be understood as culture here, or vice versa. Culture would be understood as science. And I'm thinking about experimental sciences especially. These could bring about cultural results in their different transference formulas, in their different forms of dissemination. And these are different possibilities that the students have. On the part of the professors, there are some achievements that we are working on. We need to recognize that the cultural creation is an element of scientific creation, and we should rethink our current scientific paradigm. We should question it. Maybe we need new cultural paradigms that will allow us to rethink this paradigm. We need a culture of culture. We need to learn what is exactly that cultural production that for us is bringing us to social transformation knowledge, this cultural connection and link. So how do we recognize this work being done by all these people? The school of thought, this is something never seen before. But this should mean a medal for the teacher who has brought this forward. And when speaking about culture for culture, culture within culture, we should think also about those people working in the administration and the hands who have of the institution that have been behind this, the role they've played in all of this, and how they can be added and contribute to all of this. There's the work being done by universities, but also there's this work being carried out in terms of culture and And the impact of this work is not being specified or explicited. We should recognize, acknowledge these people who are working on this. Wow, you've brought up many different issues. I think we probably have different questions among the audience or comments. Who would like to go first? Second row. A first question here. So please, for those of you who are following us on streaming, we will also answer your questions.
Ara sí, no? Sí. Jo ja fa dies que... Bueno.
These last few days, I've been thinking about these things, and I think there's a meeting point, time, about what we are speaking. A lot of the speakers mentioned time. Monica, Remedios Zafra, speaking about the politics of time. Martina was talking about having time to do things. Marina also mentioned time. And one of my students says a sentence in Spanish, no me da la vida, meaning my life, I can't live my life, meaning, I don't have time. And someone else was saying to me the other day, I need an 8th day in the week. Otherwise, from the moment I wake up at 7 a.m. until the moment I stop doing things, I haven't had time for 1 hour of reading, a cultural activity or 2 a week. And sports, where do we find time for sports? If I start prioritizing 20 minutes for this, 20 minutes for that, I don't know where I'm going to get the time. So do we make up an 8th day in the week, or otherwise it's going to be impossible? I wish we all had time. If we ask our students to read 1 article every week, they won't have time, or 1 book per quarter or trimester, or per term. They'll say they won't have time, and it's our main difficulty, the lack of time. While Monica Bello is asking the CERN people to give us an extra day every week, who would like to talk about the management of time? I would like to add to something you said. It's guilt associated to taking time for yourself. This guilt associated of, I've got so many emails. People asking me for a meeting, and I gave him interview for a day, which is not until 1.5 months away, because I reserve some time for myself, and this is why. And I think it's an illness of this decade, or this century, or the Western world. I loved what you said. It is a very big problem, this lack of time, and it involves this guilt, I think. Mija, in your experience, how can we solve this issue of time?
I mean, I stopped using social media a few years ago. I get up at 6 o'clock in the morning and go for 1 hour to run, quite slowly, but I do it. And I start checking my emails at 12 o'clock, unless there is a kind of a global catastrophe in my office. Then I start to check them earlier, but it doesn't happen that often. I use that time for preparing the lectures, reading, writing, and so on. And it helps. And in the evening, I cutted the television with a little bit of news, because now we live in an era where it's dangerous not to follow news, because you don't know where some little war will come up, especially in my part of the world. So you need to follow the news. But I cut the television too, and I use books in that time. And it works very nice. I don't miss anything. But that's my personal...
Veure una millennial com gestiona el temps, quina recomanació?
So what would a millennial tell the audience concerning time? Well, about time, really, I don't really know how to find a solution for this. Sometimes we can be too optimistic with time, and we tend to overload our schedule because we think that we have more time than we really do have. I think I'm learning about this every day. I'm just learning to manage this, and I think there's an objective solution for this to everyone. I just have to prioritize, I suppose, and it's just difficult. It's hard. Two more questions. So, around the issue of time, you made me think that maybe we can make time more efficient, bearing in mind that we all have a common goal. You, as universities, want to promote collaboration. Students have a motivation for it. Administrations also want to offer the means to make it possible. And you also mentioned co-creation and collaboration. Maybe a way to make this lack of time maybe we could turn this into a space for co-creation and collaboration. So maybe let's try to create spaces to collaborate and then optimize everyone's time, because we all have limited times, but we have common objectives. Thank you for your contribution. We have two more interventions. Could you please use your mic? Hello. Thank you very much to the panelists. I'm coming from the University of Granada. We have a very rich and active cultural life in the university. A lot of cultural extension actions have to do with cultural programs rather than productive activities. But oftentimes we have older people involved in there, and when there are activities for children, it gets filled with children. A reflection about time is that people who stop their professional jobs or professional activity maybe have more time, and children have more time. We are looking after children, we are looking after the elderly, so this is the strategy we're working on. They have time, and they have our accompaniment. And we also have all these mindfulness activities being incorporated in the university. Mindfulness now rather than philosophy, right? My colleague was saying we need to change the idea of cultural programs and move towards community and activism. Culture must be made not just for consumption. Okay? Hello, good morning. I would first like to defend something. The university system has been defined as a powerful tool in Barcelona. I am a professor in the Rovira i Virgili University in Tarragona, a city like an hour south from Barcelona. It's away from the metropolitan area of Barcelona. We have other cities in Catalonia, in Girona, for example, and Lleida, where we have universities, and there is a cultural life there as well. Just to mention that. Okay? But as a university professor, I would like to say that I feel trapped. I am not the only one. They want us to fill many roles, to play many roles, and to publish in certain reviews, in certain magazines. It doesn't matter what you publish, but they want you to publish in certain magazines. That takes a lot of time away from us. Professors prefer to spend time in neighborhoods, libraries, give conferences. This idea is a certain culture. It's also culture. This is also culture. It's a certain kind of culture, imposing a system on us. Maybe we should change our culture. Am I being clear? So it's not a culture at how it evolved is. It's a culture that started in some places and now it's been extended everywhere. City councils have a certain culture. Universities have another certain culture. But I think we need to know that this, which is putting pressure on us, is also a certain kind of culture. Right, that's interesting. More opinions, more questions? The question I wanted to make has to do with the first presentation in the morning, which was a bit more conceptual. The promotion of culture and university missions will always be left as a third mission, which is not research, and it's not academy or training. And I was talking about the head of biblioteconomy. So an open talk, what kind of activity is it? If I ask my students to write a review, that will be training, that will be academia, that will be part of the curriculum. But if I ask the art students to come to a museum of art, that will be academic for them, that will be part of the curriculum, but for someone else it might not. So I would ask you, the people who work in universities, how do you divide this line? How do you draw this fine line, dividing academic activities from cultural activities? Right. This is really an so would somebody like to answer this question? This about the third mission that hadn't been mentioned until now? How can we? How do you think we can fit these activities, cultural activities as they are known? Can we turn them into a training or formative activity or a part of a subject or a curriculum or in the academia? It's a very good question. And we don't really have an answer for it, I don't think. The strategy should be a multiple one, I think. So far, this is depending on the principles, on almost utopian definition of what is given in a university. We're constantly doing culture in university, but the fact that it is acknowledged, or the fact that it is inviting other people, and therefore the fact that this goes beyond the institution makes all of this something else, recognizable in other formats. Ideally, we should be able to recognize culture independently from other standards, working for other things. The superposing of things, oftentimes, is a natural thing, or even desirable. It is not bad to have a superposition of things, but other times this will force our activities as professors in university, and we should find a paradigm that will welcome this kind of activities better. Science has done it. I remember when I started working at university, not so long ago, the scientific paradigm was not so extended across all disciplines. So publishing the first quartile of quotes is relatively new in some areas, and therefore there is an imposition of a paradigm. And so therefore I would like to think that there is hope and that we can rethink a paradigm that will be more inclusive, more welcoming, and that will understand knowledge in an omnicomprehensible way. And hopefully in the future, culture in its multiple forms will have a greater acceptation, and within the culture itself. We're running out of time, but we need to know about your wishes, your desires. So I will ask you and I will ask Carlota as well to see how she materializes in the drug. So can you tell us about your next wish? To project culture in a better way from universities and from cities, having time to think jointly, systemically, without being carried away from our day-to-day urgencies, our deadlines, our check that need to be done all along the way. Having time to stop, to say, to see, to go and see what other instances are doing and to decide what we can do. Miha?
There is a kind of a rule in human societies: whenever the big social change coincides with a big media change, there is a breakthrough in science, but also a lot of shit. For example, when printing was invented, there was a scientific explosion, but also the witch hunt spread all around Europe by the help of printing, because it was it was the first mass European history or conspiracy theory running the world. In 20th century, when radio and television and cinema were invented, and this coincides again with the first globalization and its breakup, then again we had Nazism, fascism, and communism coming out. At the same time, huge breakthroughs in science. And now we live in the time of artificial intelligence, which is a big elephant also in this room, which we haven't mentioned. And in 1930s, the European answers to all these big questions were all wrong. They were called communism, Nazism, and fascism. And Americans, United States invented a good one, New Deal, which was a new social and also educational and cultural program to tackle with all these new things which are going on in 30s. And what I wish for me and for Europe, that we would have the wisdom which United States had in 1930s, that we in Europe would have this wisdom now, because in US they don't have it.
Thank you. Gràcies. Martina.
Bueno, jo el meu desig faré una mica també un paral·lel.
So my wish, and I'd like to establish a parallelism with a braid in a hair. It's triangle, it's three factors. They are like three parts of the hair. I would like everything to blend with each other, kind of intertwine or entangle with each other. Each of the three playing their own role, and they might all match in weaving like a tissue that will have its own sense. That would be my wish. Thank you.
A veure, fa temps que hi ha aquesta profecia,
This prophecy, this urban legend has been going around for some time, and it is that universities will disappear with time. Sometimes I think it would be good for universities if universities disappear, if it is because the world has absorbed the university values, if the university values have become a catalyst for the movement that society needs, then of course it wouldn't be a problem. This spillover concept that scientists used to talk about spilling over, overflowing, and different concepts, that's my wish. The great wish is that we can walk, not distinguishing a city as a space for living together. It can also be a rural space. Knowledge, in this case, university, but it could be any other place, and culture. My sub-wish would be to start or working on, or to continue working on, as my colleague said, in a collaborative way, and weaving, as Martina said, this collaboration for the joint collaboration. Thank you very much for weaving or braiding this debate today, and we will move on with experiences that will be deployed internationally, nationally, in order to land them into realities. As Eva said, we will see the experience of 3 more cities, and we will learn, we'll continue learning from them. Thank you. Thank you all.
Jo em quedo. Sí, sí. Moltes gràcies. Doncs demano, sisplau.
Thank you very much. So I just ask now
So I will ask the 3 new speakers to come onto the stage. 4 new speakers, sorry.
Us podidos. Asier, donde queráis, por favor. Asier. Molt bé. Daniel, bueno, sí, on vulgueu. No els he pogut, sí. A la Belinda, no, perdona, Belinda. Ai, no ens hem, sí. En Geron.
Thank you. Per aquí o hi pots...
Molt bé, muy bien.
Okay. So I welcome you and thank you very much for speakers and participants of this last round table that I'm going to introduce now. And as we were saying, in this next round table, we will learn the different proposals that we consider good practices that have already been materialized. And thanks to our 4 guests, we could take good note of the results and see how in Catalonia and how in our territory, promoted by the different agents who are explaining these experiences to us, we can establish some collaboration. Let me introduce the new guests. To my left, Asier Larrinaga, who is manager of projects in local economic development with more than 20 years experience. He's currently working at the Department of Business Promotion of Bilbao, Ekinsa, Agency for Economic Development of the Municipality of Bilbao, focused in projects of innovation, providing support to the cultural and creative industries, circular economy, and social economy. Asier was the coordinator of the local consortium of the pilot project developing Bilbao within the European T-Factor program, the program of research and innovation Horizon 2020. The objective of which was to explore the potential of temporal uses of space in order to achieve urban environments more inclusive, sustainable, and alive, connecting cities and universities through innovative and collaborative practices. Asier and the rest of the speakers, some of them have chosen some slides which will help us to understand the different concepts they will explain, the 4 different projects. To his left, we have, and we are very lucky to count on Daniel Baltueña, consultant and professor of the IE University. He is also a university professor, doctor in cultural studies by the Graduate Center, City University of New York, and he's a teacher in humanities and cultural management of the IE University, where he directs the Arts and Culture Lab. Daniel, I will ask you to explain how you function. As a consultant, he's specialized in citizenship participation, and we can highlight his role as external consultant in the European project Democratizing Art Commissioning by involving local communities relating Hungary, Poland, and Lithuania. And to his left, we have Belinda Lidon, Director of the Program Creative Art and Director of Alliances and Development at the Exeter Culture, United Kingdom. Belinda's work is articulated around the creation of spaces through art, culture, and development of heritage. She manages the direction of innovation of Exeter from the same university, with the specific task to activate the agreement of the Civic University at Exeter through projects allowing opportunities of co-creation and participation for the communities, and also promoting the development of the cultural sector. And then we have Jérôme Bourgonjon. He's co-founder of Common and professor of the University of Ghent, Belgium. He's the coordinator of Impact for Digital University Innovation for the University of Ghent, where he reunites academics from different faculties to turn research into impact. He's also the founder of Common, a collaborative platform that we will see involving citizens, researchers, businessmen, and political actors. They together face the technological and social challenges through debates, workshops, and projects. Common wants to take advantage of the experience and collective creativity in order to promote innovation and to improve the well-being of the community. Thank you very much. As you can see, excellent panel of speakers who will develop 4 different projects at the European level. So we are very eager to get to know all of you. Let me start by Asier. Please tell us, what is the factor? So the T relates to time, tiempo, and it's a project centered in urban transformation through temporal uses. Temporal uses simply are interventions which can be events, projects, spaces which are co-created with an ecosystem perspective. The T-Factor project ended in May last year, 4 years of project, 24 members, 14 countries, and 7 pilot cities where we carried out different experiments. I'm going to speak about the pilot project that we developed in Bilbao. The T-Factor in itself was a project in line with research belonging to the Horizon 2020 European project, and the partnership had quite a strong presence of European universities. So universities played an important role in the reflection, which is an important aspect. Public institutions and local governments do not have enough time to reflect, to learn, and this is what the university provided to us. In the case of Bilbao, the area where I was working is an area undergoing a radical, strong transformation. It's an old industrial site which had gone through many problems and has been quite stagnated for quite a long time. But during this period, many cultural activities have been using these post-industrial spaces in order to develop cultural and creative activities. And during this transformation, the master plan foresees the attraction of universities. Bilbao needs to attract universities to its city. And part of the strategy of this pilot project was to take advantage of this potential in this new area of the city, Ribera de Deusto, and it's going through a long transition which will allow experimentation. And it also allowed, through the collaboration with different universities and the use of these temporal uses, to experiment the city in order to consider different possibilities and options for the challenges faced by universities. So our university plus the one of Madragon, plus the University of Design, some students, and this is something I can develop later, develop this design, from the design to the manufacturing of 3 different spaces. And here is where the collaboration with the universities lies. We were thinking and doing it. Yes, Daniel, for your first intervention. Please tell us about this European project together with 3 more countries. How did it work? What was the motivation behind the project? Microphone, please. No, we cannot hear the speaker now. They have to turn up his volume. Testing. Somebody will come and rescue him, otherwise a handheld microphone. Now it's working, yes, thank you very much. I was saying that thank you very much for your kind invitation. Thank you very much for welcoming me. And the projects I want to speak about are related to partnership between universities and culture within the context of a city when I was a PhD student at New York. And they allow me to say that not only do we need time, but also money, because money gives you time. And I was very lucky because my university received funds from a foundation to start some initiatives which were related to developing something that has been called in different ways at the university sector, public humanities. Public humanities are humanities which have a social impact or are related to contemporary challenges. Thanks to these working lines, some initiatives were developed by the university at scholarship. I was lucky enough to benefit from this scholarship, and this scholarship meant a series of projects, among them practice or internship, although it's within a context of a doctorate, within an institution or organization related to research. And this is something that the different students had within the university. I come from the field of humanities, cultural studies. I've always been working in cultural management, and in a way, I ended up in an internship of the World Councils dedicated to the artistic and cultural tissue of the city of New York, within which there was a program dedicated to the promotion of creation through citizens' participation. A very simple premise, which was inviting neighbors from the Queens neighborhood, 2.5 million inhabitants, neighborhood, to participate in the decision-making process of the works of art created with cultural public budgets. This is not exclusive of this territory. It exists in many other places, but it was very interesting in order to generate artistic practices related to the citizenship, and in my case, coming from the university. My research is quite theoretical, but in a way, as you were saying, I have always been related to cultural management and cultural practices. It was very interesting because I started with an internship as manager of this project, and this project has been replicated or muted in some projects which are precisely the ones that have been mentioned. I was lucky enough to present it in Catalonia, in Girona, in 2021, and this presentation within the ITM, which is a presentation of a network of projects related to the arts at the European level, had as a consequence that 3 organizations, Poland, Hungary, Latvia, dedicated to replicate this model. They received the funds from the European Union with the aim to develop this project that we have just called and closed at Riga. It was very cold there. And the result has been the development of 3 artistic works of art within a neighborhood in Poland called Brochov, in district number 7 of Budapest, in Hungary, and also in Guldiga, which is a small city, 10,000 inhabitants in Latvia, where the citizenship has been able to participate in the decision-making process in order to generate artistic projects related to specific needs and challenges. Also, with the collaboration of several universities, such as the Academia of Culture of Latvia, following the methodology with the objective to systematize it and be able to replicate this experiment in other contexts. My experience as PhD student has led me to replicate this experience at a university level. The A University, where I teach in Madrid, and in Segovia, because there is another campus in Segovia, with a project called Arts and Culture Lab. The objective of the same, as its name points to, it's a laboratory of cultural projects. These labs are an initiative of the university, and they have been developing them for quite a long time, and they want to be a space of professional development for students, and also to contribute to the organizations from different perspectives: marketing, public policies, and other disciplines as well. And this semester we have just implemented an activity, which is the activity of a lab related to the cultural sector. It's a series of projects where some alliances are created with cultural foundations, with Cultural Foundation MENA. You probably know they work at different hospitals aiming at promoting the development of art related to health. New recording studio of Sony in Madrid, the Center of Delicias, promoted by the Daniel Diaz Carazo Foundation. A series of projects conforming an ecosystem around this lab. Students develop projects with the aim, on the one hand, to enrich these foundations, to contribute to these foundations, so students can participate in this cultural activity from a professional perspective, but obtaining credits. It's very important to incentivize the students, and also with aiming at the professional objective without having to reach the final stages of education. Some of these projects have been like the consequence of this original project. Okay, we can develop this idea later, Daniel, because we're eager to get to know more. Belinda, please, we would like to know about your experience at Exeter and the program that you have mentioned.
And thanks to our hosts for inviting me and the rest of the panel. It's been a really interesting day. I've been making notes furiously because things keep coming up that we struggle with or have as challenges. So time and money is always the one, always one that come up. So I sit inside Exeter Innovation, which is the directorate that faces the sector. So it's business partnerships, corporate partnerships. I sit inside the creative industries team. So I work with the arts, culture and heritage sector, but Exeter Innovation collaborates internationally, nationally, regionally, locally. It just so happens that my projects are quite locally focused. They're hyper-local. So I work mostly, my role, and in fact a lot of Exeter Innovation acts as a kind of a bridging mechanism between the university, between researchers, but between students as well, and between the local authority, particularly for me, which is Exeter City Council, but then also our cultural institutions and the residents and citizens and visitors to the city. So Creative Arc, I mean, I actually manage 3 different programs which sort of engage different communities in different ways, but you know, could be here all day. So I'll just talk about Creative Arc. And so this was a joint funding application between the City Council and the university to apply for central government money, which was called the Shared Prosperity Fund, and it was part of our previous government, the Tory government's levelling up agenda, which was about investment into areas in the country which had not received as much, in my case, Arts Council funding or sort of national arts funding. So we applied jointly and we agreed on the remit, which was about building pride in place, creating opportunities for residents to get involved in arts, culture and heritage projects, engaging with local practitioners, so creating opportunities for development and participation for organisations, practitioners and community members, as well as being able to connect researchers with different projects. So this was the remit, and the university's portion of the funding was the operational budget. So my role, the sort of the infrastructure. We were established then in a city centre location, which has not been, I've been at the university since 2017, and the university has been in the city for a lot longer than that, and it's very much a sort of what we call town and gown, in that the university is up on a hill and it's seen as quite remote from the city, even though it's, you know, it's a 20-minute walk. So actually the innovation hub where my team is based is the first specific city centre venue for the university. So this has been really important for our project because people don't have to schlep all the way up, and it really is up a really big hill. So they can come and see us, and we're very visible. It's a bit of a goldfish bowl, actually, this office, but it's fine. But it's right next to the local authority offices, so our business partners can come in, members of the public can walk in and find out what we're doing. Our creative practitioner partners can come in. So, and we all work in the space, and it's one of those sort of collaboration spaces, you know, where we can all just get to know each other better and that kind of thing. And then the central government funding, the shared prosperity funding, that was specifically for the programme. And we looked at what was happening in the arts, culture and heritage sector, and Exeter has been chronically underfunded by our national arts funding body, which is the Arts Council. It does fund practitioners, but not as much as other places in the country, and not significantly for a long time. So we decided that we would run a hyper-local commissioning programme, which was to engage local independent artists, practitioners, organisations, cultural organisations, to run projects based in very specific locations. So they were geographical communities. The fund was limited to the sort of ward boundaries of the local authority. So the people who participated and engaged were coming from all of our communities that are in the city. The practitioners needed to come from Exeter. Some were from a little bit outside, but they needed to come from and be based in the city. And we supported projects that already had work developed. So we were supporting practitioners, organisations to deepen and enhance existing projects. We weren't trying to get things up on their feet in really small, you know, that's sort of the classic parachuting in and parachuting out. So communities have felt a lot in the city, and this is historically sort of done to, rather than worked with and through. And so that was our mechanism for working. And over the 2 years, we've been running this project since 2023. We have directly funded more than 39 practitioners or organisations. There have been 17 direct commissions. That we've been more than 3,000 community members have taken part either as participants or as co-leads or as audience members. The project included skills development, skills building, and that's for the participants and the co-creation projects with communities, but also for the organisations. It's been a real sort of development process for them. And what was key for us, the hyperlocality is, and my team are all based in Exeter. We know the sector, we know the organisations. Most of us live there as well. Is that we really wanted to provide opportunities for practitioners taking away that parachuting in, to really build legacy, but also to gather information and evaluation, qualitative and quantitative, as we talked about earlier, that would really then support their continuing development as organisations and practitioners in the city, while helping them to create these long-lasting relationships with communities.
Muchas gracias por...
Thank you very much for this initial presentation.
Habíais traído algunas diapositivas.
Some of you have brought some slides with you. Could you please help me with this? Here we are. No need for you to help me. We'll introduce Jeroen. What is your experience in the University of Ghent? How could you briefly present your experience?
First of all, thank you for inviting us, for organizing this in such a neat manner. Applause for the interpreters, by the way, which is, it's very, wow, it's fantastic. What an age we live in. We can fly in here, talk in different languages, understand one another. It's fantastic. Now, you introduced me as a professor, and to be quite honest, that's not entirely true. I do teach a course to engineering students, communication students, about how to approach their perspective from a more ethical point of view, a cultural point of view, etc. But my career path is a bit different, and perhaps this is interesting for you guys as well if you work in universities here or at the policy level at universities. At our university, at Ghent University, it has been decided that we won't evaluate professors solely on the basis of how much money they bring in and their publications anymore, which used to be the case in Ghent. But now we have a group of people who all talk to you and set up a plan for you and see what career path you want to take. So that's for the professors. But there is a different career path now as well, and it's to be an interdisciplinary coordinator. We have 9 like those at the moment, and those are people who, their job is to bring together professors from different faculties, all working on a single topic, and making sure that they give back to the communities. So we have business developers at almost all universities, and it's translating what we do, our theories, into, well, just money making, I guess. For us, the job is a bit different. The job is to make sure that whatever we do, it ends up in new policies, or the communities get better because of it, etc. So my job is a coordinator, and the focus, my main focus is digital innovation. So it's 40 professors working in all kinds of faculties, ethics, law, but also the engineering department, obviously, all working together to, just to work together and to create a long-term perspective on what direction we want to go in as a university or as professors, etc. And it was right at the time when I started this job, the Krook was built. And the Krook is the new library in Ghent. It's built by RCR Architectes, so Catalan architects. And we got there, and it's a cooperation between the university, IMEC, which is a world-renowned research center on nanoelectronics, so computer chips, actually, but the public library as well, and the city of Ghent. And together, we all shared this mission of, yeah, we want to do something back for the community. We want to work around digital innovation. We want to have a long-term perspective. We don't just want to follow in the footsteps of the Bezos and the Musks, etc. So what are we going to do? And we invested a little bit in this durable cooperation in which we tackle city problems, so very local, hyper-local problems, and see whether we together as, professors, but also students, but also the policymakers and the people coming into the Krook, which is like 7,000 people every day, together with entrepreneurs, etc. How can we tackle these local problems? And it has been working, mainly because we're not asking professors to do something extra. We're not asking them to come in and put in lots and lots of extra hours, but we're organizing these 1 year long programs in which we tackle one single problem, like how can we make sure that we understand our doctors better, because we're not speaking the same language, for example, or how can we promote an active lifestyle, or what do we do with parental stress? And every time we pick a new topic, different professors are getting involved because it's their main subject and they want to get involved. We don't ask them to come up with solutions. We ask them to come up with their knowledge, to share it, and to go into a conversation, step into a conversation with experts by practice, experts by experience, etc., and they all get together. But because we speak different languages, well, some of us speak engineering talk and see algorithms everywhere, and others speak in ethics and they see papers everywhere. Our librarians see books everywhere. So we make them create stuff together. And for us, the creation part, like making stuff, is not as important as just by creating stuff together, you start talking to each other, and this helps the conversation. And so we come up with lots of solutions to problems, which sometimes work, sometimes don't work. We actually give some money to those who are beneficial and we think that can make it, and we could turn it into a company, etc. We do those things as well, but the main idea is to get people talking. Why? Because we believe, and someone has mentioned it, like we have a lack of imagination right now of where do we want to go as people. Well, we want our citizens to be able to say, oh, is it only that what you guys do at the university level? Or is it only that what you do as entrepreneurs or as the Musks or the Bezos? I can do that too, and I can imagine where we want to go, and that's where we more or less strive towards, that's what we try to achieve. So raising the innovation potential of the entire city by getting people to talk to each other while remaining, while keeping their own strengths. So we're not going to ask a university professor to do something entirely different. We're just asking them to be there and to get involved in the conversation.
Pues muchísimas gracias, Jerón. Creo que
Thank you so much, Jerome. If I had to choose a keyword for what you said, it would be interdisciplinarity. And I would like to ask the four of you now, how did your organization win? What did your organization win from working in this cross-disciplinary way, as Jerome mentioned? What have you personally learned working with a collaborator who does something that has nothing to do with your own field of origin? How did that improve your life? It changes your vision totally, of course. Multidisciplinary vision with multiple roles will involve dialogue, learning, collective learning, and negotiation, but it has to go hand in hand with technology, strategy, a strategy that needs to be shared. If this is a university strategy, we can make it more feasible if we do it with time, and it is the individual people who make projects possible. But in our case, the fact that we collaborate not only with universities but also with active agents in society is first a way of mutual acknowledgement, second a way of legitimization. When it comes to intervening in the city, legitimacy is an important thing. You don't need the mayor to come to you and touch you with the mayor's finger. And no, you need to win your legitimacy. And how do you do that? By touching ground, landing, abandoning your office, go to the place, to the actual place. I just try to create that necessary trust. Moreover, in the case of that pilot project we were working on, there were tensions, because when there are radical transformations, there will always be tensions. Spaces were old industrial pavilions until 1987. Very important agents in the city promoting talent, entrepreneurship. They maintained the industrial heritage. They destroyed an aisle that otherwise would have been a conflict area, and it still is in a sense. But thanks to their role, this island is an alive island. And we must also stand out the role played by a very committed group of neighbors. But for us, municipal representatives, this kind of thing places in a conflictive, problematic situation or sensitive situation. So efforts had to be made. But thanks to our collaboration with the universities, everything changed. And it was also thanks to the fact that we just started building these spaces in a collaborative way to make everyone's task easier. And in order to obtain acknowledgement for the students, this activity was done in actual subjects with credits and academic recognition, and a civic curriculum was designed in order to accompany the students from the moment of design to development and fabrication of the project. Not only were they accompanied by the professors, but all of us as agents were trained during the project, all along the project, and we were all trained by others in the project. Moreover, this was materialized in a form of collaborative governance, which gave way to the Civic Design Council, a group including professors, designers, and other agents of social innovation, and creative agents in the city, students and professors. In a sense, or in a way, we were all coordinating the follow-up of these actions and the elements that were generated around these actions and for the testing of all of them. And obviously, all of it was radically changing the way I viewed interventions, city interventions, the way my vision, my personal vision. I would like to ask you to tell me about this. So I would like to make this question broader. Instead of talking about discipline, which makes me think of military, makes me think of Foucault, I would like to talk rather about knowledge or knowledges, expertise from different spaces. Each has their own positioning. Each will have their own place from which they will speak, because that will mean that university will move from the centrality of the production of knowledge, and they will take up a space which is a parallel horizontally with respect to other spaces of knowledge production, and they will always, they will also be enriching the projects. For me, multidisciplinarity has killed the academy. I was trained as an art historian and then cultural historian or cultural studies. When I came back to Madrid, I wasn't understood. This is one of the reasons why I'm working in private university, having been trained in public universities or having studied in public universities. This is just to mention the reality of these projects, but I also want to put in value their potential. But I think that their potential in the institutional framework has to do precisely with the example in Ghent, which has to do with finding an administrative place, that interdisciplinary coordinator. I love this role as a job, which allows that interdisciplinarity to be operational, to actually work. Of course, it's important to dream, to broaden our questions and concepts, but also bearing in mind that for most people, changes need to be short-term in order to generate a positive impact in their lives. Whether we like it or not, our administrative state framework requires budget lines, merits, formula, names that in some way might activate all of these imaginations and all of these ideas that are arising in this forum, but then they need to be translated in the working academic worlds. So I would say the multidisciplinary sector in the short and long term would be important, are important, as long as it will not be just a bit of a shine on top of other projects, but they should be a discipline that will take their own place, real place within the administrative, cultural, and academic framework or space, in the public space. Thanks to Jérôme, we saw the important space of the construction of a public library in Ghent. And I recommend you to visit this magnificent library. From every point of view, it is a beautiful RSA studio from Olot, Catalonia, whereas the architects, the Catalan architects in charge of the library. But there have been different projects in Europe, right? And we are in a virtual university right now, this university. To which extent do we need a physical space for university knowledge? So do we need a library, the physical library in Ghent? Do we need an Exeter University in England for projects like this? How important do you think physical spaces are as opposed to virtual spaces that are offered to us?
We've been thinking about it. So when we constructed the Krook, we had this vision that we would collaborate and the Krook wouldn't really be that important. So the building, the library wouldn't be that important. We would go wherever it was needed, etc. But we found out that just by being together in this one building, there's researchers there, there is policymakers there, etc. It really benefits. And because of time is such an issue, If you're just sharing offices, walk through each other's offices, tell and ask questions to one another. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? Etc. Something grows there, and it's more than just a shared mission. It becomes, because you like certain people, you find ways to collaborate with them, and you get some pleasure back in your work as well. You're not doing this because you have to, but you're doing this because this person around the corner is 3D printing something, and you just asked, hey, what are you doing? Oh, I'm making something for pain patients who can't really tell their pain levels to their doctors. Oh, wow, and I just spoke to a university professor who's working in this field, etc. And you start talking, and stuff grows. So I believe these spaces can be very important. I think you can do it remotely, but just the human interaction and just the curiosity and finding those things back in your life, it's so invigorating as well. It's a problem with time as well, because there's so many interesting people at those same floors that you tend to say yes to everything. So you have to be careful not to get too involved into everything. But still, for me, all is about multi-perspectivism. It's within our educational guidelines from our university as well. If you're trained as an engineer, every problem becomes an algorithm. If you're a social scientist, it's always the system's fault. If you're a white person, you don't see the problems that black people are facing, etc. And just by having all those people together in the mix, you just get to better results and to better research as well, I think. You come up with different kind of research questions which you'd never thought about before and which could be so inspiring. And if we've been talking about like these great moments in history where scientists made revolutions, etc. It's often when someone steps into another field and when they are confronted and they take their theories and try and test whether it works in another field as well. And spaces that make that happen, I think they are boosting our scientific work.
Thank you. Belinda, ¿qué opinas?
Yeah, absolutely.
Belinda, what do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree with that. And I also agree that everybody should go and visit De Crook. It's absolutely astonishing. And just, I remember walking in there and just all of these students who were there just studying, just, you know, queuing to get in the day. And then there's a guy playing a grand piano, and he's got earphones, so you can't hear him, you can just see him. So, and that's magical. Yeah. Talk about the all day. So I would say yes, absolutely. Those physical spaces, the getting to meet people, having those sort of random conversations, that kind of lateral creative thinking that affords. Because a lot of this stuff, and actually it was one of the things when I've been looking through some of the questions you sent, and one of them was, you know, what's your wish kind of thing, and one of them is that it's so much of this work, of this kind of, in this innovation space, in this culture and creative space, is about individuals and personalities and relationships. And so when you're working with multiple partners, all of the projects I work on have multiple partners. So you're, you know, different organizational agendas, you know, different personal agendas, different personal expertise, and trying to sort of dismantle that hierarchy of knowledge, so that you're democratizing. And you know, I love that this your project with the kind of citizen assembly model and all of that. You know, I think that's so important, and people with lived experience, you know, and different sorts of experience, I think is so key to enriching any of these projects. But then one of the kind of the sort of problem or challenge comes with that is when people move on. You know, people can be drivers for these incredible projects, and then just by the nature of funding, by the nature of the sort of the world we live in, you know, people just sort of move on. Then there's a gap, and you think, right, how do we fill that? And so, you know, how do we strengthen that infrastructure so that those collaborations become so second nature to us that we can continue with other people bringing in then their expertise and their experiences and their, you know, and keep it going so that it just creates this resilience. And I think resilience has come up a couple of times, you know, and we talk about, you know, academic researcher time and the way that you run that project, you know, so that you pick a challenge. And then it's one of the ways that Creative Arc has worked with researchers is because the practitioners, the artists, the makers, are already embedded in those spaces with the community projects, and those are communities of interest, geography and need, you know. So then researchers who are really focused on that, for whom it's a focus area, can come in and support in different ways. And yeah, I think I'm just kind of saying that everyone's doing amazing.
Realmente necesitaríamos toda una jornada.
I think we would need one day for each of your projects, but let us come back to the Bermuda Triangle of cultures, cities and university. We possibly didn't speak enough about citizens today. At which point would the citizens' participation play a role in your projects, or in which way? How would your projects have an impact on society in terms of citizenship and citizens' participation, in terms of repercussion in 3-4 years? How have you been able to see that this transformed society? I would be pretentious, I suppose, to say that our project transformed the Bilbao society. But I think it has transformed some things. It's the equivalent of Barcelona activity that you have here. You know, I know that the City Council is working on a new project with the universities on common challenges. It will be launched soon. About the community, well, in the European community, it was something that we were supposed to do. We needed to achieve that, so it became like our group obsession for our local group. Following on the methodology established by the project, we did it by layers, and the first thing we did was establish relationships with the agents in the island, universities, the School of Design, with cultural and creative agents, but we also wanted to reach the citizens. But we could not reach the citizens, not because it's difficult, but because it takes time. The first thing that needed to be generated was the community of the practical community, and we first needed to generate a habit of work, first the trust, arise trust, and then create a working habit. And these are routines, established routines that we're talking about, which are very hard to change. It's not just the demands of the project. It's your own organization demanding things, and you're representing that organization, so you need to change wills, visions, and you need to go negotiate with it all. And it's not easy, and it takes time. European projects involve a limited period of time. Inertias needed to be changed, trust needed to be generated, and a series of activities. And for this, a series of activities were organized. I would call. Sometimes we have neighborhoods of 2 million people. You have neighborhoods of 2 million people, might be the equivalent of a whole city where I come from. You might become involved with Barcelona, but not with the neighborhood of Poblenou. So I would like to focus on the neighborhood rather than the city. We get involved with the neighborhood. Once we generate the practical community, we start organizing activities that might be open-door activities that might generate trust. We organized guided visits to all the spaces that was aimed at creating the necessary trust. Even so, when the moment arrived to start co-creating the temporary spaces, we needed to keep on making efforts to find those people ready to collaborate in a positive way, and of course, respecting the people who don't want to participate, because it's not something that should be compulsory. It wouldn't be good for it to become compulsory. The necessary conditions should be there.
Por contar una anécdota, el otro día en Riga.
Let me tell you about an anecdote. At Riga, we were presenting the results of a project that you were mentioning, and I felt very much ashamed because they were speaking about the neighborhood of 2.5 in a country of 1.5. So I had to apologize because, of course, it's a totally different paradigm. But it's true that in the context of Queens, when I was there, we were speaking about neighborhoods, although this is a district divided in many different neighborhoods, because there is a common identity from a territorial and identity point of view. And when this is translated into the European context, it becomes very interesting. I like to speak about neighborhoods because we are speaking about populations of thousands of inhabitants in Budapest and Riga as well. And in a way, I would like to insist on the fact, and something I would like to underline, is that opening the doors of a museum in order to reduce, as we were saying before, I think it was Mija who mentioned it, the price of the theater ticket, or generate projects for the citizenship. It doesn't mean that we are doing everything so people can participate. This is a model that has already been exhausted because many people don't feel invited to participate in culture, education, or universities because these institutions and spaces still represent hegemonic narratives which do not correspond to the reality of these people. Of course, I think it's important to work at different speeds and to understand that in order to count on the participation of people who a priori cannot feel they belong, is to work through the use of incentives. It can sound very neoliberal, but it's once again related to remunerating from different points of view the time some people are investing in the project. In Queens, there were many people within the neighborhood who did not participate in this citizenship participation program because of the times the meetings took place or different commitments they had. They were not compatible with caring for their family members, for example, or their jobs. And within the current context, it happens. And it happens through money. So in order for these people to have a babysitter to take care of the children unless they have a family network, in order to participate in a leisure or professional activity, they need this type of resource. So the first lesson we draw from the Queen's model, when we translated it into the European model, was to remunerate the work done by the neighbors who were participating in this decision-taking process. Not only to pay for their time, but also to value from an economic perspective this knowledge, because I can say many things about the formula in order to place value on the work of others, but the value of many of the things surrounding us, it's an economic value. So I think this is an interesting solution. It's not the solution. Of course, it has many problems related to it, but it's a way to understand participation in order not to stay only in superficial participation, thinking that participation in itself is already success. Going back to the libraries, the ideas of London, they also use this system of remunerated participation. Before giving the floor to Belinda, let me remind you that our brain looks more like this whiteboard full of ideas and colors. Through post-its, please help us, help Carlota to complete this whiteboard. And before the Q&A, I would like to give the floor to Belinda.
Of participation and how we ran that, because the briefs that we put out for the commissions, because it was central government money, it had to be an open call process, obviously. But one of the from speaking to our community of artists and practitioners in the city, one of the issues with applying for, say, for instance, a big Arts Council funded thing is that quite often projects and practitioners have to contrive their project to fit with the funders' demands, and quite often they have to state right from the beginning what the outputs are going to be, what the outcomes are expected, that sort of real sort of, you know, how can you even? It leaves no room for flex and development and for that dialogue that you have with your participants and your co-creators. So our briefs were, by necessity and by design, really brief, really brief. What's your project? What are you hoping to achieve with it? Who are you working with? And so this was it. It was really low key. We were trying to make them as accessible as possible, you know, because, and also this is an issue about sort of, you know, remuneration and time, is universities often struggle with working with freelance colleagues, because, you know, you invite a freelancer to a 2-hour conversation, that's 2 hours of their, you know, their income that they're not getting. So that's always one of our key drivers in how we ran the process. But we trusted their knowledge and their ability. We valued it and we trusted their process. So we said, you know, shape and deliver your project, co-creation project, in the way that you want to, in the way that it works for you and the way that it works for your participants and your co-creators. And, you know, it was a very light touch. All of the commissions were very light touch. So I was there as a support, and I was there to connect into other organisations or into different faculties. Ultimately, it was their project, and they would do it. And they would always the invitation to, if you need to come and talk to me about how it's shifted, we can do that. And there were a couple of projects that absolutely changed shape and changed the sort of anticipated direction because of that live dialogue with the participants. So important. But also, these projects happened in the places where those communities felt comfortable. Again, it's that a lot of people don't feel that these cultural organisations are for them. You know, theatres or even multi-purpose art spaces, you know, crossing that threshold is a big step. So projects worked in community centres. They worked sort of in outdoor spaces where different community members met. And one of the projects, for instance, I'll just give an example in how it's kind of changed perceptions. So our, you know, we're talking about these million population cities that, you know, Exeter is like 160,000 people, you know. So we're talking about very small neighbourhoods, and they're called wards. And so one of our projects, Light Bear Lane, ran a project called Proud to Be. They were already embedded working in this community. And this particular ward, Mincing Lake and Whipton, had a very poor sort of perception of itself as a place that nothing happened, there was no real community cohesion, nothing cultural happened at all, you know. But so it started with the practitioners went in with a sort of asset-based community development methodology, and they worked with people in spaces. They went and essentially set themselves up on a route where people walked from one space to another, you know, parents walking their kids to school, and they sat there and said, come and talk to us about how do you move through this space? What does this space mean to you? And people contributed by postcards, by drawings, by writing letters to their favourite space, by writing letters to, you know, designing poems, working on a community song, and then eventually they produced this gorgeous kind of community map where it sort of, you know, mapping all of the relationships and all of those sort of intangibles, you know, of what it means to be of a place. And then created this thing which has now been put on tea towels, and everybody's buying these tea towels. Everyone loves a tea towel and a tote bag, to be fair. So they did that, but then they made a community film, and community members were taught about taking oral testimony, interview techniques, filmmaking techniques, sound design, and they co-created this community film where people interviewed each other and spoke about what it meant to be part of that community. And it's just the most delicious thing. And people said at the end of it, so we did kind of entry and exit, you know, evaluation processes, and they said they felt so much better about where they lived. They felt proud of where they lived after this intervention.
¿Qué tal Engante?
Well, I'd like to add to that, because for us, we take quite a similar route. We go to those places where the people are. We work in close collaboration with organizations that actually do reach people that are harder to reach because they're have specific conditions, etc. We always make sure that whenever we have debates, there's always two people with the same background, etc. So they feel at ease. We go to their place. They don't have to come to the Krook, etc. But we learned a few hard lessons. One of them is window dressing. Like when we started out, we said we're going to solve community problems. And then we picked one of the problems that was brought forward by a community member. But then afterwards, we noticed that, oh, we don't actually have the expertise in-house to really solve this problem. So let's pick another one. And then, like, the first time we asked just anyone could submit their problems. And then afterwards, we picked out just one. But there were 250 people who sent in their challenges, and we only picked one. So that was more or less, we thought, well, this is window dressing. We're not going to do this anymore. We're just gonna pick a team first and then ask the people, hey, what is your perspective on this problem, etc. Then the second one was expectation management. Because, and it was mentioned this morning that if people look at science, we believe that we pay scientists to solve hard questions for us, and then we get, as a result, well, it's complex. Yeah, but we paid you to disentangle it, so what is it now? So being honest about what we can provide in these projects has been very important as well. So from the start, talk to the community members and say, we're going to do this together and we're going to see where we end up, but the process is important, etc., and being very honest about it. And then we also noticed that if you focus on real problems and not like these superficial things, things move along quite easily. There's this saying, if you're in the startup scene, if you come in with your new idea and they ask you the question, is it a vitamin or is it a medicine? So are you solving a problem or are you just adding something on top of anything else? As soon as you say it's a vitamin, they cut you. So you don't get any funding. We learned that if you're working on problems that are perceived to be vitamins, people don't show up. You have to come up with these problems that they're really lying awake at night, thinking about how am I going to solve this. You can talk about how to make sure that people can pay their doctor's visit, but if people are struggling with just getting food on the table, you can try and talk to people as much as you want, but their main problem is just on top of their mind, and that's what they want to do. So we're active listening. It has been mentioned so many times already, but that's more or less the key of what we do, I think. With these communities, it's constantly listening to what is really important for them and trying to cater for it. And not having the professors do it, but do people like me.
Sí.
So you don't have to work and you have the time free to actually do your job.
Yeah. Yo solo quería hacer un breve apunte, porque es verdad que cuando hablamos de comunidad entendemos como...
When we speak about the communities, we might think about the neighbors in a certain affected area or affected neighbors, and that should be the treatment, right? But in T-Factor, we should have a practice community made up of professors, creative agent students, etc. All of the road show was a pilot phase for what happened in each case. And the day we organized this in Bilbao, we invited everyone to come in for the students to explain their projects, their interventions. And I realized something important that day. The community is not them, it's us. When intervening, we need to be aware that we are also part of the community. We are not aliens going there. Let us open up a round of questions. While we do this, please think about your final wish very quickly because we run out of time, okay? Who would like to start? From Granada, right? Very interesting. Everything you said about participation, this has become like a kind of totem. Participation is not always necessary, but when it happens, I think we should start speaking about a new concept. Just as we talk about honest food, we should talk about honest participation. Honest participation on the part of those proposing it and the part of those taking part in it, but it is important that institutions will be able to tell people where they are going, what the expectations they can expect, they can have. From our university, we are leading the cultural capitality, European Granada 2031, and this is a challenge. because we want to involve the cultural actors in the city, the municipalities, the villages, and the citizens, and other institutions as well. And they don't have the operational capacity that we have on the ground. I am obsessed by this. How do we tell people what to do with their time, how this involves them? And we should maybe sign a social contract about participation, being clear about what to expect. I think it's one of the great issues of our time, because, true, we have moved from a kind of an great expectation about direct participation. Representation is important because it's also for the people who don't have. Majority of people don't reunite the conditions to directly become involved. So representative democracy also plays a role, and this participative democracy needs to be maybe rethought. Any direct question to the speakers, or comments for any specific speakers? Can we get a mic?
Estic a cavall entre el món rural i la ciutat.
I live between the city and the rural fields. It's a municipality, Conca de Barberà, with 3,000 citizens only. And we have 3 museums in the village, almost 4, let's say. And we find ourselves in a moment where museums are attracting people from outside. But how do we make culture interesting and rich? How to do it? For the locals, I am a great consumer, let's say, of culture. In my village and everywhere else, I come across this situation, how to make it enriching, how to make it interesting, to attract different audiences, because I go to the theater a lot, and I am a member of more than one book club. It's just women. Where are the men? I can't find them. How do we do this? How do we attract their interests, so that we will be enriched by culture, which helps us grow and become better people? I would like to suggest this question that was just launched I would suggest that you included this question or the answer to this question in your wish, because so how can your wish help have more people interested in taking cultural actions, having more money, having more time? How would this improve the situation exposed by this lady? In my case, my desire, and you made it difficult for me, I have to say, my desire or my wish is that the collaboration between university and city will not be an innovation anymore, but it will. I wish it will become a reality, but we need to generate the spaces and tools for this. And the roles that we already have must be abandoned. We need to be facilitators, connectors, and the structures will have to understand that this is the way it is, and the people who are in charge of this work will need to have time for this. So what do we tell this lady? I agree to what was being said about accessible museums, accessible libraries. Visiting Manchester, I was surprised by the concept of museums and churches. Even churches are more accessible than our churches. It's a cultural issue. Our culture involves these things, new practices, new values. Maybe this is what we need to do to be less serious and more accessible. In T-Factor, one of the things I discovered, and this is it's productive, the complex language explain the complexity of things, we should make it simple and accessible. Otherwise, how will we connect to people's expectations? Like our Granada colleague said, we need this transition from the academic language to the language of the street. Very well, thank you. I was drawing the triangle here, culture, university, and city. And for me, it's not an equal triangle. For me, it ends up being an equilateral triangle, but it should not be an equilateral triangle. It should be a scalene triangle, allowing flexibility and irregularity, where at each moment, each of the areas might be more prevalent, because that might be one of the important things about democracy. Democracy is not just a tabula rasa, an equality, but an equity, giving equal opportunities, and culture should be at the core of this, with the goal that every person can start from the same starting point and access the same spaces. Thinking about how to make that triangle less equilateral and working on the metaphor of the university and museums, I think that universities and museums, unfortunately or fortunately, are victims of their history and past. These are institutions that are not under the hegemonic power of the state. They have been gaining space among the citizenship. They do allow that access. However, they have certain synergies coercing that accessibility. So I think that the objective would be to change those sides of a triangle, but maybe it should become a bigger and bigger triangle with the goal that we will have more and more represented communities when speaking in spaces like this one, in conferences like this one, to be able to represent more and more communities, because only the university sector is being represented in this conference, just to mention an example. So, well, we did have a representative of a student and representative of students, but in the cities we have the challenge to incorporate different groups and generate strategies so that they will be able to come in. So I would like our triangle to become bigger and less equilateral. Oh, that would be great for a rapporteur, graphic rapporteur. So.
And I've written down many different, shapes. It's changed throughout the day, the wish. But I think probably, and this comes from experience of, working in that sort of, so I come from the cultural sector and I now work in a university. So I kind of bring that external experience of being a practitioner and a creative producer myself and stuff, and bring it inside. And in fact, that's a lot of the people who work in professional services, which is the directorate I live in. A lot of them come from the sector. So they're, what is it? Foxes in the hen house, is it? I think that's the term. But it's about something that happens a lot in the creative space, in artists, is being happy to fail and to test and fail and test and fail. Fail better. Beckett. But also it's about that local authorities, particularly big institutions, universities, can be very risk averse, and so I would love for there to be a bit more risk tolerance, and that really happens in the creative space. But in the question from the lady down there is, I think this comes down to a willingness to think about the human stories. That's we're storytelling animals. This is what makes us human. So there's a really amazing city museum in Plymouth, which is the other really big city in Devon, rival to Exeter. And so it got a lot of money and created this new amazing kind of art gallery museum space called The Box. But the original city museum is still there. And so there's a great exhibition where so much of what that museum holds directly relates to citizen experience. So there's this fabulous thing that is kind of interactive, which is about looking at Plymouth Sound, you know, through all the different sort of eons and, you know, periods. But it relates to stuff that's happening and what the citizenry are interested in. And one of the biggest exhibitions I've seen in Exeter was about Exeter's Speedway track. So they had some bikes, and there were people queuing outside. They had to put a television outside the building so that more people could come and experience it, because it directly related to their life in the city. So human stories, I would say.
I'll keep it brief.
2
wishes. The first one is, I believe that we need to experiment and be able to fail, etc. So we need something there, a structure. You could call it a space, you could call it a tool shed, but there needs to be some structural support, some durability to learn from all these mistakes. If it's just projects-based, like city gives money for one project and then another, and it's different people every time, etc., you don't learn anything and everything goes to waste. So I would say structural funding, so that's the first one. But the second one is, and this is something that we can do without funding, is everyone has like 5% of their time in which they can like change stuff. And I would wish that people actually use that, so that whenever something comes up and you want to collaborate with someone who's from a different, they're policymakers or they're artists or they're something else, there's always work that needs to be done, and it's in no one's job description. Just take it up, just do it. Those 5%, don't do it all the time, because then you don't have time anymore and you become depressed, etc. But just use that 5% and say, well, today it's my job to do this. And then collaboration really starts to work, because if everyone just starts waiting for each other or for funding, then nothing will ever budge. Yeah.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much. So we can now have next door for standing lunch. Okay. We'll be back at 3 p.m. We have shown that human intelligence prevails over AI. Well, no matter what they say at the Mobile Congress. They have their own forums, but this is our forum. Thank you all for your contributions.